Chapter 676. Above the Li family village, the phoenix woke up. Hong Yi stood in the air, his aura recovering. He had been reborn. Up in the sky, heaven and earth sensed it. Thunder rumbled and heavenly punishment descended, preventing the phoenix from returning from the yellow springs. As the heavenly punishment descended, 10,000 swords automatically protected their master. They turned into a stream of swords that soared into the sky. The sword light covered the sky, shocking the world. Below, all the commoners were shocked by this scene. They looked at the young man in red with respect. Was that a god? With 10,000 swords protecting him, the heavenly punishment was difficult to descend. Hong Yi's consciousness gradually returned to him. Like a tide, the scenes were reflected in his soul. The phoenix that had been reborn returned from the yellow springs. A huge shadow appeared in the sky. Phoenix cries resounded throughout the world. In the next moment, Hong Yi opened his eyes. Amidst the dazzling light, endless phoenix flames soared into the sky. The flames that could burn the world appeared once again. In front, Qi Huan and the other two looked at the rising aura of Hong Yi. Their expressions became serious. This was troublesome. "Senior brothers, please return." Hong Yi spoke calmly without the slightest threat. It was as if he was just negotiating. However, the pressure of his words made their hearts sink. It was so heavy that they couldn't speak. "Be careful, he's different from before." Feeling the pressure that was far stronger than before, Qi Huan reminded them. "Yes." The masters of the 6th and 7th peaks nodded at the same time. They didn't dare to delay any longer. Their figures flashed as they attacked first. Hong Yi's astral soul appeared amidst the phoenix flames. He unsheathed his sword and pushed back the two experts. Come behind me." Ning Chen shifted his gaze and looked at the little girl at the side as he spoke. "Okay." Wiped away the tears on her face and nodded obediently. She walked behind Ning Chen. "Ninth junior brother, sorry for the offense." Qi Huan sighed. Celestial origin energy gathered in his palm and pressed towards Ning Chen. The power of the palm was completely different. The two peak masters' majestic true qi stirred up the wind and clouds, splitting the lightning. The oppressive pressure was driving people crazy. The sword and palm collided. In the second move, 10,000 swords fell from the sky, turning into an endless stream of swords that broke through the air, shaking the battle. When one retreated, the other two advanced. The 6th and 7th summit leaders joined forces once again and pressed forward. Vast primordial energy was like waves that could split mountains and split seas. The second move, phoenix fire splitting the heavens, the wind and clouds above the star soul sword moved, the dragons and phoenixes crisscrossed, dyeing the sword red. There was a stuffy cough and blood reflected the setting sun. Red clothes instantly vanished and reappeared in front of the two people's throats. "Seeing that you didn't try to kill just now, I'll spare you this time, but only this time. Back down." Nether Spring activated the restriction, and his cultivation was instantly sealed. Ning Chen waved his hand and shook the two of them out of the battle. After that, he looked at Qi Huan and said calmly, "Fifth senior brother, I really never imagined that there would be a day when we would meet on the battlefield. I can't help it. Sorry." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Huan didn't speak any further. He stomped his foot on the ground as 7 colored rays of light coiled around his palm, and the brilliance of an immortal technique flickered as it drew the energy of the laws of the heavens and the earth to tear through the sky. The sword light blocked the immortal technique, and red clothes retreated half a step. His sword aura changed, and the aura of extreme yang surged out. 9 suns rose, shining brilliantly. With the appearance of the 9 suns, Ning Chen's left hand formed a sword with his fingers and circulated the power of the extreme yang scripture. Suddenly, the sky was filled with red light like stars. The two extreme yang techniques complemented each other and flowed together. 100 suns returned to the east. In an instant, 100 suns gathered in the sky, circling and spinning. Soon after, they fell from the sky and descended into the mortal world. Immortal technique, shocking rainbow. Qi Huan instantly dodged the divine suns. He waved his hand and an immortal rainbow appeared. 7 colors lingered around it as it collided with the 100 suns falling from the sky. There was a rumbling explosion as the sky collapsed and the earth fell. The aftershock roared, scattering the wind and clouds within 100 miles. Ning Chen pulled the little girl behind him and his figure flashed, avoiding the aftershock. Soon after, he waved his sword and slashed through the air. The sword light flashed past, and the wind howled and the clouds scattered. It split the void, and 1,000 feet of wild mist instantly arrived. Qi Huan focused and condensed true essence in his palm, blocking the sword light. The palm and sword collided, and the sword intent spread everywhere. With a ripping sound, his clothes were torn apart, and red blood dripped down. Ninth junior brother, you're really different now. Qi Huan waved his hand to seal the wound on his left shoulder. He looked at the person in front of him and sighed. Victory or defeat, life or death. Can't you stop moving forward? The battle was difficult to resolve. Ning Chen's left hand flashed, and a white rainbow appeared. The sharp edge of the sword shone with a dazzling brilliance under the setting sun. From the beginning of this battle, there was no room for mercy. Back off. Ning Chen instructed again, and his figure instantly disappeared. The two swords flashed with white light, and a new chapter of the battle began. Qi Huan flipped his palm to block the attack, and immediately felt the pressure increase. The two swords around him changed rapidly, one hard and one soft. They complemented each other, and there was no way to dodge. Blocking one sword and hitting another sword, blood splattered everywhere. The huge gap between cultivation and foundation was infinitely narrowed in the rapid exchange of blows. Without enough qi, his attacks were already weak. The phoenix's speed became faster and faster, and the light on the sword became sharper and sharper. Sword on sword, sword light crisscrossed, and illusory chains appeared above the 9 heavens, resonating with the martial arts of the mortal world. Qi Huan flipped his palm to block the sword light, and a 7-colored brilliance surrounded his body. He was like an immortal king who had descended to the mortal world. Every move he made, his strength constantly increased. There was no turning back, and the helplessness of victory or defeat didn't allow the two to show any mercy. Martial arts and immortal arts collided at the peak. After exchanging several blows, the white rainbow condensed into a soft finger and wrapped around the former's arm, sealing off the immortal arts. His left arm was restrained, and Qi Huan's expression turned serious. He condensed vast origin energy, and the power of his finger broke through the heart. Close at hand, the two of them clashed. His astral soul condensed into phoenix fire, and met the attack head-on. With a loud bang, the world became boundless, and the aftershock was chaotic. Hong Yi turned back to avoid the aftershock, and instantly rushed forward again. Absolute power and absolute speed clashed fiercely under the afterglow of the setting sun. The two of them, who came from the same Mahist sect, abandoned their friendship and faced each other in life and death. A corporeal realm expert, the master of the 5th peak who had been reborn with immortal arts, moved with terrifying might. Even with extreme speed, it was difficult to completely suppress him. The battle was white-hot, and the white snow was dyed red. If one knew that everything would turn into enmity, why would one sigh about the love between fellow disciples? If there is an afterlife, I hope we will never meet again. Qi Huan's palm collided with the sword, and blood dripped down. He raised his hand and grabbed the white rainbow. Looking at the person in front of him, pain and helplessness flashed in his eyes. He let out a long shout, and his black hair stood up. In an instant, the 7 colors were extremely dazzling, and blood mist gushed out, dyeing the surrounding world a beautiful red. Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He retreated 10 feet, and his eyes opened. The 4 divisions appeared, and an ancient divine power descended. His black hair instantly changed, and a dazzling red color fluttered in the wind. After stepping into the divine realm, his strength temporarily broke through the limit of perfection and reached the emptiness realm. The strange feeling he had never felt before was so clear, and it made him sink into it. In the final battle, there was no winner, only life and death. The last emotion in Ning Chen's eyes disappeared. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared. Extreme speed, the phoenix returning to its ancestral form, the divine power in the mortal world, shocking the world, and dazzling red, making the world lose its color. On the other hand, Qi Huan's body was surrounded by 7 colors. The blood mist in his immortal arts burned continuously, and the light of life bloomed like a lotus. In the final battle, the entire horizon shook. It was like a battle between gods, and it made the people below tremble. Immortal art, 7 rainbow burial sun. The rainbow light crossed the 9 heavens, drawing a beautiful path back to the yellow springs. The immortal art was shocking, and it was impossible to see in the mortal world. Dragon Sparrow transformation. The 7 rainbows drew a path, and the 4 divisions defied the world. The red-clothed figure flickered, and the azure dragon and the vermilion bird flew out, borrowing each other's strength. The sound of swords humming resounded through the horizon. The collision of 2 extremes, the destruction of gods, and the burial of immortals. Boundless turbulence surged, and the 2 of them were forced to retreat. The sun was about to set, and the intense battle was about to end. The astral soul in Ning Chen's hand spun, and the sword spirit scattered in the horizon gathered unceasingly, endlessly, and dazzling the world. Nirvana. In the next moment, the sword light soared into the sky, crisscrossing, and incomparably magnificent. The sword of Nirvana experienced life and death, and reached the pinnacle. In an instant, the red-clothed figure disappeared, and the sword light that filled the sky also disappeared. Dazzling, the astral soul descended, and 10,000 swords followed, breaking the sky and breaking the sea. Qi Huan focused, circulating the immortal energy in his body, and the 7-colored light protected him. This was his strongest defense, blocking the strongest opponent in his life. The intense collision caused the sword qi and immortal energy to be exhausted unceasingly. His trembling astral soul broke through the 7-colored light inch by inch. At the final moment, the sword pierced a little deeper, and blood flowed out. Qi Huan's mouth was dyed red, and he condensed the energy in his palm, causing the sky to tremble violently. One sword, formless. There was no hesitation, no mercy. The astral soul in Ning Chen's hand spun rapidly, and the sword pierced through Qi Huan's body. Arg! With a groan, Qi Huan retreated several steps. After 10 steps, Qi Huan stopped, and looked at the person in front of him with a complicated expression. The aura in his right palm gradually dissipated, but it didn't land. Snowflakes drifted about, and a waterfall of blood flowed unceasingly, dyeing the green-clothed figure and the sword edge red. A battle without a victor finally came to an end. Ning Chen looked at the green-clothed figure in front of him, and his expression dimmed. He didn't say anything, nor did he say anything. Ninth junior brother, you have already surpassed me. You have won this battle. Qi Huan's face had a smile of relief as he softly spoke. I'm sorry. Ning Chen suppressed the sadness in his heart. No need to apologize. You don't owe me anything. Perhaps this is the best ending. As he spoke, Qi Huan looked into the distance, and the light in his eyes grew dimmer and dimmer. He slowly said, Your senior brothers and sisters are all waiting for me. Ning Chen, remember, you must survive. 7-colored light gathered the last of his strength and poured into Qi Huan's body. A moment later, Qi Huan's arm drooped, and his body slowly fell to the ground. Senior brother. Ning Chen's heart ached, and he stretched out his hand to support Qi Huan. The sadness on his face could no longer be concealed. In the distance, the Heaven Speaker rushed over. When he saw this scene, he was first startled, but then he sighed and didn't go forward. In the final battle, Ning Chen silently carried Qi Huan's body and walked down from the sky step by step. At this moment, a white-clothed figure walked out from the 9 heavens. Without any warning, his palm flipped over, and the wind and clouds changed. Qi Huan, the 6th Peak Master, and the 7th Peak Master's bodies disintegrated at the same time. Their blood origin and soul power turned into streams of light that shot into the sky and merged into the white-robed figure's body. Old bastard, you're courting death. Ning Chen's body trembled, and he suddenly turned his head. His eyes were bloodshot, and a terrifying killing intent erupted. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. Chapter 677. Above the 9 heavens, Master Mo appeared. He scattered the bodies of the 3 Peak Masters and absorbed their blood, origin, and soul power. No one had time to react to the sudden change. Only the remaining blood red in their eyes reflected the cruelty of reality. The red robe that soared into the sky was filled with rage. The killing intent on his sword seemed to have solidified. With a thump sound, the 7-colored astral soul shook. Terrifying shockwaves swept across the horizon. The knowing destiny sword was filled with uncontrollable rage. His entire body was filled with killing intent as his sword split open the 9 heavens. Old 9, it seems that you've grown a lot. Master Mo's eyes flashed with a strange light. He flipped his palm and shook off the sword. Ning Chen didn't say anything. He took a step forward and turned his sword. The sword's edge was incomparably sharp. Rays of cold killing light shone in the eyes. Excellent swordsmanship. No wonder Qi Huan was willing to die in your hands. Master Mo blocked one ray of sword light after another. The 7-colored brilliance on his body was dazzling. Old man, you humiliated me. Today, I'll use your blood to pay for it. Ning Chen's body flickered, and the sword light shocked the surroundings. The sword was so fast that it was hard to see it with one's eyes. His hatred was deep, and his heart was filled with killing intent. The red robe was like a red dragon coming out of the sea. The sword light surged, and the world fell silent. Master Mo's eyes narrowed. He flipped his palm and shook off the sword light. The 7-colored brilliance on his body became more and more dazzling, illuminating the entire sky. The setting sun fell, and the sky was filled with red. The clouds in the 9 heavens were chaotic. The 7-colored sword light kept rising, blocking the killing light on the sword again and again. Outside the battle, the Heaven Speaker looked at the battle in front and sighed softly. She raised her delicate hand and supported knowing destiny. Heaven Speaker, your opponent is not me now. Master Mo flipped his palm and shook off the bound void. He immediately looked into the distance and said calmly, Emperor, make your move. Wise choice, Master Mo, don't forget what you promised me. As he spoke, golden flames appeared in the sky. The figure of an emperor walked out. His powerful aura caused the void to distort. Emperor Jin Shi. Seeing the person who came, the Heaven Speaker's expression froze. This is troublesome. When Emperor Jinxi appeared, Master Mo shifted his gaze back to the red-robed young man in front of him. He said calmly, I thought Qi Huan could do it, but I didn't expect that I would have to do it myself in the end. Old 9, I'm gratified by your growth, but it ends here. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Zhu raised his hand. The wind and clouds changed, and an incomparably powerful force rose rapidly. Dazzling multicolored light filled the world, and a terrifying aura shook the 9 heavens. Peak corporeal realm experts, half a step into the true realm, once again displayed world-shocking abilities. Seeing this, Ning Chen let out a low shout. Red light surged around his body as he urged the power of the God realm. The heavy vast chi revolved around his body as he pushed his cultivation to the limit. Immortal technique, shocking rainbow. A finger pierced through the air, and a shocking rainbow shot out. A completely different power separated the heavens and the earth, and descended upon the mortal realm. With the immortal art on his body, a dangerous aura erupted. At this moment, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed in the sky. A red bolt of lightning broke through the sky and scattered the immortal rainbow. Dazzling scarlet light appeared. An unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar aura appeared on the battlefield. The figure standing on the battlefield was wearing a red battle robe. The divine halberd in his hand was surging with red lightning, and a deafening hissing sound could be heard. Seeing the person who came, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, and his footsteps temporarily stopped. "Xiang Yuan, I've been waiting for a long time," Mo Zhu said calmly. He looked to the other side and said, "Lulua, come out too." Before he finished speaking, the void in the distance rolled, and a beautiful figure in green walked out. Her clothes fluttered, and she was powerful and cold. "I'm sure you guys have been waiting for this day for a long time. Come, let me see how much you've grown over the years." Mo Zhu looked at the three of them and said expressionlessly, "As you wish." Without saying much, the scarlet halberd pierced through the sky. Xiang Yuan's body moved, and the aura of a dragon could split mountains and seas. The moment he made his move, killing intent filled the air. The sky was filled with multicolored light. The scarlet halberd was as heavy as a mountain, and its mighty aura stirred the heavens and the earth. "Ninth junior brother, you're the fastest. Observe the situation carefully and wait for an opportunity to make a move." Luluo looked at the battlefield and said seriously, "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and replied. The main force of Mo Gate's first peak was fighting Mo Zhu. The late corporeal realm cultivator took the lead, and as the halberd shattered, he was temporarily tied with Mo Gate's master. The halberd and palm collided, and wave after wave of aftershock spread out, destroying the void within 100 miles. The most terrifying experts could be shocked by this. Lulua's eyes constantly flickered as the battle reached its climax. A moment later, her figure flashed and entered the battlefield. Lulua attacked, and green vines appeared in the void, sealing the surrounding area. The green vines were endless, and they took root in the void, breaking towards the white-robed figure in the battlefield. "Not bad," Mo Zhu calmly commented, and waved his hand to shake off the green vines. He took a step forward, and a seven-colored brilliance spread out. The green vines around him crumbled, unable to withstand the might of his immortal Yuan. On the other side of the battlefield, the Heaven Speaker was fighting against Emperor Jin Shi. The wind and clouds swirled, and golden flames surged. The situation was also very intense. "Heaven Speaker, the matters of Mo Gate have nothing to do with you. Why do you have to interfere?" Imperial Lord Jin Shi blocked the power of the surrounding wind and clouds with a flip of his palm. "Everyone has the right to live. The disciples of Mo Gate should not become sacrificial furnaces," replied the Heaven Speaker. "Your benevolence will ultimately become the source of your own destruction. Heaven Speaker, fairness does not exist in this world. It did not exist in the past, and it will remain the same in the future." Imperial Lord Jin Shi sneered. "As long as there is kindness in people's hearts, it is not the end of the world. I will exhaust my entire life strength to sow the seeds of hope in this world." With that, the wind and clouds around the Heaven Speaker began to surge. Boundless energy of the world gathered from all directions, and its might was unbelievable. "Your stupidity is such a pity. Now that you've already opened your eyes once, do you still have the strength to get past me?" Imperial Lord Jin Shi sneered as he looked at the changes in the surroundings. The Heaven Speaker did not reply. He stepped forward, bringing with him the power of the wind and clouds from all directions to shake the Emperor in front of him. There was a shocking explosion. Heaven and earth sank. Boundless aftershocks shook and spread out rapidly. The battle between the two sides was equally intense. Terrifying aftershocks continued to spread, and the void within 100 miles was devastated. Rustling sounds could be heard, telling of sorrow. Outside the battle, only one person remained indifferent. He wore red clothes and had blood-red hair. He stared at the battle in front of him without moving at all. Inside the battle between the three became more and more intense. The red figure did not diminish the demeanor of the war god. He was determined to take revenge, and his body was filled with courage. He waved his red halberd like a graceful swan, leaving no room for retreat. Mo Gate raised his hand to stop the flying green vines, then flipped his palm to block the red halberd. He said, "Red Cloud Halberd, Xiang Yuan, you and the divine weapon I gave you will die together in this life. Back then, you were my meticulous creation. Now, every time I use it, my hatred for you deepens." Xiang Yuan lowered his halberd, his eyes filled with killing intent. How much respect there was, how much hatred there was. Mo Gate's #1 peak master who was filled with killing intent became more and more serious. He did not care about the accumulated injuries in his body and went all out to kill. With a bang, the halberd collided once again. On the other side, Lulua's figure flashed past. She also sent a palm strike towards the heart of the person in front of her. Mo Gate remained unmoved like a mountain. His left hand condensed Yuan Qi, once again receiving the former's palm strike. In a short moment, their foundation and cultivation directly competed. A terrifying aura violently filled the air. Xiang Yuan and Lulua's mouths were immediately dyed red. Frost Sky Burial Flower. Ignoring her injuries, Lulua's body glowed with green light. Vines wrapped around the person in front of her. The vines bloomed. In the wind and snow, flowers bloomed and fell. The moon were round and the flowers bloomed and fell. This was the law of the world. The moment the wind and snow took away the fallen flowers, the world darkened. Cracks began to appear on Mo Gate's body that was wrapped by the vines. Mo Gate focused his mind. Immortal Yuan surged on his palm, sending the two flying. Taking half a step back, Mo Gate's body was disturbed by the law. Vermilion blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His aura became unstable for the first time. At this moment, Hong Yi, who was watching from outside the battle, finally moved. Her astral soul appeared. In an instant, her sword broke through the world of mortals. Your cooperation is not bad. When the sword was in front of him, Mo Gate raised his hand to grab the sword. Blood continuously flowed from his hand, dyeing the sword red. Formless sword. The sword spun rapidly, breaking through the bindings. It entered an inch into his body, causing blood to overflow. Ah! With a groan, Mo Gate flipped his palm and sent Hong Yi flying. Hong Yi retreated. After a few steps, she stabilized her body. Her feet swept past, and she once again pressed forward. The extremely fast sword light did not leave the slightest chance to breathe. Each sword was faster than the previous one. The killing light was sharp and dazzling. Mo Gate blocked the sword, but he was unable to suppress the power of law on his body in time. His white robe was instantly dyed red. You have done very well. Really well. However, it's time to end this. As soon as his words fell, Mo Gate shouted. The seven-colored brilliance around his body quickly retracted. The yin and yang aura rapidly rose. Black and white resonated with each other, surging into the 9 heavens. For the first time, the figure that appeared in the world had black and white eyes. An extremely terrifying pressure swept down, causing the world to tremble. Immortal technique, joys and sorrows. With the appearance of yin and yang, the immortal technique was unleashed. Ripples of black and white light rapidly destroyed everything in the surroundings. With Mo Gate as the center, space rapidly collapsed, spreading hundreds of miles away. With the imminent crisis, Xiang Yuan's expression changed. His figure flashed, and he straightened his body to block the attack. His halberd collided with the yin and yang. With a loud bang, blood dyed the sky. The destructive power that could not be blocked instantly destroyed the cultivator's hard bones. Blood, snow, and a red figure fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Senior brother. Luluo's pupils shrank fiercely as she cried out in grief. Ning Chen's expression was also shocked, but he recovered in an instant. His figure flashed, and he quickly retreated with Luluo. You can't leave. Before he finished speaking, Mo Gate's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the two of them. He flipped his palm, and his divine power shook the world. The situation of the battle changed rapidly. The heaven speaker suddenly turned his head and saw the change in the battle situation in the distance. He could no longer hesitate. Chi waves instantly erupted from his body, and he opened his eyes again. In an instant, 2 lines of blood flowed down from the heaven speaker's eyes. An incomparably majestic aura spread out. The entire sky above the Li family village was filled with wind and snow. The power of the world appeared in the world again. Mo Gate sensed it. He immediately turned his palm and slapped at the power of the world. With a bang, his body was pushed back several feet. In front of him, the heaven speaker stood in the void. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and there was a layer of frost on it. Drops of blood silently dripped down from her eyes that were as beautiful as the sun and moon, dyeing her white dress red. Chapter 678. In the sky above the Li family village, the battle of wind and clouds had reached its most critical moment. The heaven speaker opened her eyes again, and blood flowed out from her eyes. An indescribably terrifying pressure shook the surroundings. Terrifying waves of air surged, drowning the void within 100 miles. The heaven speaker who opened her eyes again raised her delicate hand, and the golden flames that filled the sky instantly disappeared without a trace. The person who was the closest to God in the mortal world once again displayed her shocking power. Every move of hers caused the wind and clouds to go crazy, and her aura was extremely terrifying. Facing the existence who was the closest to God in the mortal world, even people as strong as Mo Zhu and Sovereign Lord Jin Shi became serious. They fully activated their martial arts to resist the heaven's might. In the wind and snow, the heaven's might became more and more terrifying. The powerful pressure forced the 2 supreme experts back. World-cleansing holy light. The holy light descended, burning the mortal world. The terrifying flames burned away all the filth in the world. Mo Zhu raised his hand, and yin and yang reversed. A black moon appeared, and an immortal technique appeared, blocking the holy light. With a loud bang, the black moon collapsed, and the aftermath spread out, scattering the wind and clouds. Ugh! Mo Zhu and Sovereign Lord Jin Shi both retreated a few steps at the same time, and their auras became chaotic. As the leader of a sect, you actually made things difficult for a few juniors. What qualifications do you have to be the leader of a sect? The heaven speaker disappeared and instantly appeared in front of Sovereign Lord Jin Shi. She raised her delicate hand and pressed it on the latter's chest. Blood splattered everywhere, and Sovereign Lord Jin Shi was sent flying. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying for several hundred feet. How many years can you save by devouring a disciple? 10 years? Or 100 years? What are they in your eyes? The heaven speaker appeared in front of Mo Zhu again. Her delicate hand condensed wind and clouds, and she slapped at Mo Zhu's chi-si. Mo Zhu's expression sank, and the yin and yang aura around him revolved, blocking the heaven's might. With a loud bang, the battle instantly changed. Mo Zhu was sent flying a few hundred feet away, and a drop of blood fell from the corner of his mouth. The existence that was so distinct and had surpassed the limits of cultivation. It was so terrifying that it was shocking. The heaven speaker of the mortal world had shocked both the past and the present. The situation of the battle changed abruptly. The expressions of the two top experts were extremely grave. Everyone in the world had heard of how terrifying Heaven's speaker was. However, only after truly exchanging blows with one did they know that the legends were still unable to fully describe how terrifying they were. Blood flowed from her eyes, and droplets of blood dyed her dress red. The enraged Tian Yu stood above the mortal world, and with a raise of her hand, she suppressed two heroes. Space rotated and the beautiful figure disappeared. Her speed was unbelievable. Even Ning Chen, who was outside the battle, was shocked. This was the first time he realized that besides the travel scroll, there was another power that could match the speed of the phoenix. The heavens and earth received the mandate, and the heavenly word was used to kill. The transcendence of one's cultivation realm created a high level of power. The two mighty masters of the present age joined hands to receive the attacks, but they were suppressed and forced to retreat in defeat. After exchanging more than 10 moves, Sovereign Lord Jin Shi's injuries were exposed. The golden flames on his body became unstable, and they were gradually extinguished by the power of heaven and earth. What a terrifying heaven speaker! Sovereign Jin Shi raised his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the fairy-like woman in front of him and said in a deep voice. Mo Zhu's expression was also grave. Before his main body attacked, he had already used his clone to waste the heaven speaker's opportunity to open her eyes. He didn't expect that this woman would once again open her eyes without hesitation. Think of a way to stall for time. She has already opened her eyes once. Now that she has opened them again, she must have paid a great price. She can't hold on for too long, reminded Mo Zhu. Sovereign Lord Jin Shi nodded. With a flip of his palm, golden providence surged and spread rapidly between heaven and earth. The power of a domain appeared for the first time. Mo Zhu also used the power of yin and yang. Black and white light intersected around him, and a shocking power spread out and protected his body. The heaven speaker's expression didn't change when she saw the two of them dragging out the battle. Blood dripped from her eyes one after another. Outside the battle, Ning Chen focused and prepared to help. However, he was stopped by a word. No need. Watch the battle carefully. It will be helpful for you when you step into the third realm in the future. The heaven speaker didn't turn around. Her back was facing Ning Chen as she spoke calmly. Ning Chen was startled, but he soon nodded and silently agreed. Ning Chen, Senior Tian, you will be fine, right? Not far away, Yin came forward and asked worriedly. He'll be fine. Ning Chen responded, but the worry in the depths of his eyes couldn't be concealed. The heaven speaker's eye-opening this time was obviously different from before. The price was probably greater than expected. In the void, the chaotic battle became more and more unpredictable. The two of them dragged out the battle and refused to fight head-on. They didn't hide their purpose at all. They were waiting for the moment when the heaven speaker's body couldn't withstand the power of heaven and earth. Golden flames condensed from providence formed a boundless flame domain around Sovereign Lord Jin Shi. Borrowing the power of faith of all living beings, he resisted the power of heaven and earth. Despite fighting against two peak corporeal realm cultivators, the heaven speaker didn't show any fear. Her delicate hand rose and fell, shaking heaven and earth. The spilling blood was the bright red mark of the enemy's defeat. Large areas of the flame domain collapsed. The heaven speaker was invincible. For symbols heavenly summoning. At the critical moment of the battle, the heaven speaker turned her hand and formed a divine seal. Borrowing power, the might of the four symbols deities appeared. With a roar, a dragon soared out of the sea and a vermilion bird burned the sky, attacking Sovereign Lord Jin Shi. On the other side, deities appeared around Sovereign Lord Mo at the same time. The white tiger's sharp claws split the sky, and the black tortoise broke the mountains and split the sea. Unparalleled power pressed down on the former. With the appearance of the four symbols, the battle immediately changed again. There was no way to dodge, and the two of them were dyed red again. Celestial technique, sun and moon above the sky. The aftershock caused Sovereign Lord Mo to retreat a few steps. He stabilized his body and raised his hand. A black moon and a white sun appeared in the sky. An ancient primordial power of law descended and towered above the 9 heavens. Sun and moon above the sky. How can the sun and moon above the sky? As she spoke, the heaven speaker turned her palm and scattered the sun and moon. Her delicate hand turned red, but she didn't seem to notice it. She stepped forward and arrived in front of Sovereign Lord Mo in an instant. With a bang, blood flowed out. Sovereign Lord Mo's body slid and retreated a dozen steps. At this moment, Sovereign Lord Jin Shi's palm came from behind. It was powerful and domineering. Back off. The heaven speaker's eyes turned cold. With a soft shout, the true chi around her trembled and sent the person behind her flying. Sovereign Lord Jin Shi was heavily injured again. He staggered a few steps and vomited blood. What an unbelievable existence. They were both peak corporeal realm experts, but they were unparalleled. How could one fight against heaven and earth? The heaven speaker, who had opened her eyes, was like the sky. With a flip of her hand, the wind and clouds churned violently again. The sun set and the sky darkened. The light of the battle became more and more dazzling. Waves of chi spread out in the sky above the Li family village, announcing the intensity of the battle. Below, Lulua was forcefully protecting Xiang Yuan's life with her own strength. However, the fact that his martial bones were all shattered made Lulua, who had extraordinary medical skills, feel powerless. Seeing this, Ning Chen's figure flashed and landed outside the battle. Looking at the heavily injured Xiang Yuan, he turned his palm and poured qi into the latter's body. His divine domain didn't disappear. Traces of the Azure Dragon's power continuously catalyzed and stabilized Xiang Yuan's injuries. After a while, Ning Chen withdrew his hand. His expression was grave. This is troublesome. Thank you, 9th junior brother. Lulua hugged Xiang Yuan and said softly. Senior brother's injuries. Ning Chen sighed and didn't say anything else. It's the will of heaven. A mysterious smile appeared on Lulua's face. She said, Zi Chuan is dead. Qi Huan and the others are also dead. Perhaps this is the fate of Mo Gates' 9 disciples. Lulua looked at the young man in front of her and said softly, Junior brother, you are different from us. You must live well. Senior sister, you, sensing that something was wrong, it was too late to react. Lulua's body shone brightly and green vines spread out, binding the 3 of them. Then, an extremely powerful energy continuously spread out along the vines. In an instant, green and red light intersected. 70% of the dual peak master's body had successfully changed owners and entered the former's body. With 70% of her body scattered, Lulua staggered and blood flowed out of her mouth. Don't. Ning Chen endured the pain in his body. He wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. In the battle, Mo Gates' master sensed the changes below. She was distracted for an instant and her slender hand fell, dyeing the sky red. Heaven's judgment. The heaven speaker's body that was forcefully holding on grew weaker and weaker. Exhaustion flashed in her eyes. She didn't delay any longer and waved her slender hand, summoning the 9th heaven's profound lightning to descend. It was a terrifying doomsday move. Before the lightning even fell, it already shook the heavens and the earth. Mo Gates and Sovereign Lord Jin Shi's expressions changed and they quickly retreated from the battle. We can't fight anymore. Retreat. The situation was critical. Mo Gates' figure flashed and he quickly retreated. Sovereign Lord Jin Shi snorted coldly and didn't stay. Golden flames rose and covered his body. In the next moment, a sea of lightning descended, drowning the entire sky. 2 waterfalls of blood bloomed and disappeared in an instant. The Heaven Speaker waved her hand to disperse the lightning. She slowly closed her tired eyes and withdrew her aura. On the ground, Lulua scattered her body and transferred most of her and Xiang Yuan's cultivation into Knowing Destiny's body. The endless energy had already reached the limit of Knowing Destiny's body. Not long after, the green vines disappeared. Lulua stopped and didn't say anything else. She took Xiang Yuan and walked away. Ning Chen suppressed the surging true qi in his body and looked at Lulua's back. A hint of sadness flashed through his eyes. After parting this time, he probably wouldn't have the chance to see her again in the future. We meet by fate and part by fate. Everyone has their own choice. Just like you, there's no need to be sad. The Heaven Speaker walked down from the sky and said calmly. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him and bowed respectfully. He said, "Thank you for saving me, Senior Heaven Speaker." "There's no need." The Heaven Speaker gently shook his head and said, "Good people deserve the protection of the heavens. You have great merit on you, and you also have unprecedented karma. I saved you because the kindness you showed was worthy of being saved by the Heaven Speaker. But if you turn evil one day, the Heaven Speaker won't show any mercy." "I've learned my lesson," Ning Chen said seriously. The Heaven Speaker nodded and looked at the little girl not far away. She waved her hand and said, "Come here." When heard this, she was slightly taken aback. Then, she walked forward. "Let me ask you a question." "You must answer seriously," the Heaven Speaker said softly. "Okay." Nodded and replied softly. "Are you willing to become the new Heaven Speaker?" the woman asked slowly. Hearing this, and Ning Chen were stunned and didn't react for a moment. Answer me." The Heaven Speaker asked again. Chapter 679. Li Family Village. Heaven's question shocked both of them. The question came out of nowhere, making it hard for them to react. Came back to her senses and looked at the person beside her. Seeing her gaze, Ning Chen sighed and said, "You have to make this choice yourself. I can't make it for you." Confusion appeared on her small face as she looked at the woman before her and asked in confusion, "Why did you choose me?" A Heaven Speaker has to be able to bear the suffering and happiness of all living beings. The human heart is complicated and ever-changing. If you can bear it, you're the best choice, the Heaven Speaker said calmly. Ning Chen can do it too, said. He can't. The Heaven Speaker shook her head and said, "His hands are stained with the blood of too many people. Even if he's kind, he will be rejected by the world. This is an unchangeable fact." Looked troubled and grabbed the arm of the person beside her. She couldn't answer immediately. It's impossible for 2 Heaven Speakers to appear at the same time. Is this true? Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him. Yes. The Heaven Speaker nodded. When Ning Chen heard this, a bad premonition arose in his heart. Don't think too much. That day won't come immediately. At least, I'll wait until the day truly becomes a Heaven Speaker, the woman said calmly. Ning Chen looked at the little girl beside him. Had to make her own decision. He couldn't make it for her. Can I think about it? Tightened her grip. Yes, think about it carefully. Come find me at Heaven Speech Peak when you've made up your mind. The woman didn't urge her anymore. Her figure gradually faded and disappeared into the night. After the Heaven Speaker left, the villagers of Li Family Village slowly recovered from their shock. Looking at the 2 people in the snow, their gazes were filled with awe and nervousness. The little boy beside the woman broke free from her hand and ran over to them. Sister are you a deity? Hearing this childish question, recovered from her inner conflict. Looking at the little boy with pure eyes, she smiled and said, "Sister isn't a deity. I'm just a cultivator." "Then can sister teach me how to cultivate?" The little boy's eyes were filled with anticipation. Was startled and couldn't immediately answer. "Xiao Yuan, don't mess around." The woman in the distance hurriedly walked over and softly reprimanded her. A hint of fear appeared on the little boy's face. He took half a step back and didn't dare to ask any more questions. Seeing this, squatted down and rubbed the little boy's hair, saying, "Xiao Yuan, if you really want to learn martial arts, quickly grow up. When you are 15 years old, if you still want to learn martial arts, I will come back to teach you, okay?" "All right." The little boy nodded vigorously and said. I should have told you not to make promises so easily." "But you have to keep your promises," said Ningchen calmly. "Yes." Nodded and said softly, "I will remember. When he turns 15, I will come back once. And, let's go. It's getting late." Ningchen said before turning around and leaving. "Auntie Li, Xiao Yuan, take care. Goodbye." Waved at the two of them and jogged to catch up. Seeing the two of them leave, the woman sighed softly. The legends were indeed true. These immortal-like people were not people that mortals could come into contact with. The little boy didn't mind the red-clothed youth's coldness. He looked at the two of them with a pure gaze filled with envy and anticipation. There were still 5 years left. He wanted to quickly grow up. The woman didn't see it, and neither did the little boy. When the red-clothed youth turned around and left, traces of red light silently entered the little boy's body. A drop of water would be repaid with a gushing spring. In the night, grabbed the hand of the person beside the former and said softly, "Ning Chen, I don't want to become a heaven speaker." "Why?" asked Ning Chen calmly. "I just don't want to." Didn't explain. "Up to you." A faint smile appeared on Ning Chen's face. He didn't force her and said, "This matter isn't urgent. Let me know when you have truly made your decision." Softly replied. The two of them gradually disappeared into the night. A cold wind blew, and snowflakes flew up, covering the cold moon in the sky. The spirit void starfield was an unfamiliar place. Qi filled the air, and within the grey mist was a palace that had existed since ancient times. The ground rumbled, and in the next moment, a powerful voice rang out, "Vermilion bird." As soon as he finished speaking, the void twisted and a figure shrouded in mist walked out. "Subordinate is here. Go to the red phoenix starfield and bring back the phoenix." The powerful voice rang out once more. "Yes." The vermilion bird nether general calmly accepted the order. The Qi gathered and covered the palace once more. The vermilion bird nether general turned and left, rushing towards the red phoenix starfield. Not long after the vermilion bird nether general disappeared, another figure covered in mist walked out. Behind him, a powerful voice rang out, "Azure Dragon, follow the vermilion bird. If there are any problems, you will personally take action." "Understood." The Azure Dragon agreed and followed him. Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird were the top two of the Nether Hall's 4 great Nether Generals. Each of their cultivations were above the corporeal realm, especially Azure Dragon, who was the leader of the 4 great Nether Generals. His strength was unfathomable. The red phoenix starfield, heavenly speech peak, under an apricot tree, white flowers fluttered. They were so pure and beautiful, just like the woman in front of the tree. They were so perfect that they didn't seem to belong to the mortal world. The heaven speaker had forcefully opened the heaven's eye to observe the world of mortals. The heaven speaker's hair that reached her waist was somewhat dazzling. The heavens protected the virtuous, but the heaven speaker was the heavens themselves. Who would protect them? Under the apricot tree, the black-robed devil cultivator still hadn't woken up. This devil examination was so long that if he failed again, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. At the foot of the mountain, Hong Yi brought over for one thing, as well as for an answer. At the top of the mountain, the woman looked at the two people walking over. She raised her hand, and space shook, instantly bringing the two of them over. Your answer, said the heaven speaker softly. Senior, I'm sorry. I don't want to become a heaven speaker, said apologetically. The heaven speaker sighed softly. What a pity. The heaven speaker looked at the young man beside her and said, I know why you're here, but your demonic body can't leave Heavenly Speech Peak for now. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he nodded and walked in front of the apricot tree. He flipped his palm and condensed yuan qi. Strands of soul power poured in and fused with the demonic body's memories. Not long after, Ning Chen withdrew his hand and bowed to the woman in front of the peak. Senior Heaven Speaker, and I will be leaving Heavenly Speech Planet. We might not return for a long time. I'd like to ask you to come. Go. Be careful in the future. The Heaven Speaker nodded with a calm expression. Ning Chen nodded and didn't stay any longer. He brought down the mountain. When went down the mountain, she looked back and saw the woman's dazzling white hair. Tears of reluctance flashed in her eyes. The heaven speaker formed a seal with both hands. Wind and snow fell from the sky. It was so beautiful that it was sending the two of them off. Since you've decided, don't hesitate. No matter what path you choose, you must walk down it with no regrets. The voice in the wind and snow was calm and gentle. The last teaching was the most selfless care from a senior to a junior. Nodded with tears in her eyes and followed the person beside her. In front of the peak, the heaven speaker looked at the two of them leaving. A faint sigh rose on her beautiful face. She hoped that the heavens wouldn't let down those who worked hard. Half a month later, on a beautiful planet, a green pleasure boat floated in the Mi River. It was quiet and peaceful. In the pleasure boat, Hong Yi, who was far away from the disputes of the pugilistic world, carefully taught the little girl the cultivation method day after day without any impatience. Listened to Hong Yi's explanation with a bitter face. Sometimes, she would throw a tantrum when she didn't understand. The path of cultivation wasn't easy. Ning Chen walked it, and the path was extremely bumpy. However, because of this, he understood many things that others didn't. After all, Er's cultivation time was still short. Although her talent surpassed ordinary people, it didn't mean that she was born with knowledge. There were still many things to learn. Ning Chen taught her patiently. He didn't get angry when the little girl threw a tantrum. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat. When the sun finally set, immediately stood up and ran out of the boat. She stepped on the surface of the lake. Ning Chen helplessly stood up and went outside the boat. When he saw that the little girl had already run away, he couldn't help but shake his head. It wasn't easy to get a child to sit down and cultivate patiently when she was having fun. An ancient divine tree took root in the ground beside the Mi River. It absorbed the spiritual energy of the spiritual land and gradually recovered some of its vitality. Not far away, some women and young girls came to wash their clothes. When they saw the green pleasure boat in the middle of the river, they were filled with curiosity. This pleasure boat had been here for more than 10 days and hadn't left. However, neither the women nor the young girls noticed that a divine tree was quietly growing not far away from them. It was growing stronger day after day. Ning Chen set up a restriction to hide the undying peach tree's tracks. He didn't want anyone to notice it. Mother, who are the people on that pleasure boat? A young girl asked the woman beside her. Which family is he from? The woman replied. Ordinary people didn't have the money or the time to row boats on the river all day. The young man on the pleasure boat had an extraordinary temperament. He was definitely not from an ordinary family. When the young girl heard the answer, she nodded her head in disbelief. Her beautiful eyes looked at the pleasure boat in the distance. She had seen those noble young masters before, but she always felt that this young man was different from them. As for what exactly was different, she couldn't tell. Ning Chen looked at the bow of the pleasure boat in the river quietly. He didn't care about the gazes of the women and young girls. His attention was focused on the undying peach tree not far away. The demonic body had planted the peach tree here. It was indeed the most suitable place. The spiritual qi was abundant, and it was far away from the Jianghu. It would save him a lot of trouble. Now, the only problem was how to make the peach tree blossom and bear fruit as soon as possible. 9,000 years was too long. The headmaster had only managed to wait a little more than 1,000 years with the help of the Confucian sect's 1,000 years of luck. Even if the laws of heaven beyond heaven were much more complete than those of the divine prefecture, it was impossible for anyone to live for more than 9,000 years. Chapter 680. Night fell, and the bright moon shone down on the riverside. A red-clothed figure walked across the water and arrived at the riverside. A cold wind blew past, causing the peach tree to sway. Rustling sounds could be clearly heard. Walking in front of the peach tree, Ning Chen waved his hand and summoned the green cauldron. The water from the jade pool sprinkled over the divine tree. Within the boat, woke up from her half-asleep state. She rubbed her eyes and walked out of the boat. Seeing the red-clothed figure in front of the peach tree, she thought for a moment before walking over to the riverside as well. Looked at the divine tree brimming with vitality and asked in confusion, Ning Chen, does this tree really need 9,000 years to bloom and bear fruit? That's the rumor. Ning Chen nodded and continued, I've already observed it for several days. This tree's growth is extremely slow, and the amount of spiritual qi it requires is unimaginable. It'll be very difficult for it to bear fruit in a short period of time. Furthermore, this tree seems to have its own consciousness. If it weren't for the Yellow Springs restriction, it would have taken a lot of effort to restrain it. It was rumored that the master of the Eastern Celestial World had personally gone to the Western Celestial World to fight the Queen Mother of the West for the undying peach tree. For it to cause the masters of two celestial worlds to personally take action, it was clear that this tree was truly extraordinary. Perhaps it really did have the ability to bring the dead back to life. But 9,000 years is too long. We can't keep waiting forever, said This tree will fully recover soon. At that time, we'll set out to search for the time restriction. Since Master Mo said that he once saw someone use the time restriction, that means it really does exist. I have no conflict of interest with him on this matter, so I can trust him, said Ning Chen. How long do we have to wait? Asked I'm not sure. It'll take a few months, maybe a year. It just so happens that you just broke through not too long ago. You need time to stabilize your cultivation, said Ning Chen calmly. When heard this, she secretly stuck out her tongue. She still had to stay here for another year. She already couldn't stay here any longer. Go back and rest. We still have to continue cultivating tomorrow. Ning Chen patted the little girl's head. Shook her head vigorously and flew towards the boat in dissatisfaction. After the little girl left, Ning Chen waved his hand and put away the green cauldron. After thinking for a while, he raised his right hand and stretched it toward the undying immortality peach tree. But at this moment, a weak and timid will was transmitted over. It was somewhat fearful, somewhat hesitant, and somewhat repulsive. Ning Chen's eyes lit up when he saw this. The tree of immortality indeed had its own will. It seemed that the tree of immortality had undergone many changes after growing for so many years. In the next moment, strands of green light spread out and poured into the divine tree. Before Luluo left, she had scattered most of her cultivation into his body and also entrusted him with future matters. When the green light spread into the immortality peach tree suddenly swayed without wind. Its timid will suddenly became alert and strongly rejected the green light spreading out from its body. When Ning Chen saw this, he frowned. What's going on? Luluo was once the master of the fourth peak, and the cultivation technique she practiced was very beneficial to the growth of all living creatures. Why did the immortality peach tree display such a strong repulsive feeling? In order to verify the reason, Ning Chen increased the green light around his body. As expected, the tree of immortality peach tree's consciousness produced an even stronger repulsive force. Strange, Ning Chen muttered softly. It seemed that the cultivation technique they practiced still had some secrets that they didn't know about. Master Mo was able to find their whereabouts time and time again, so it was definitely related to this. However, Ning Chen didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the cultivation technique in his body. It was really strange. After pondering for a while, Ning Chen couldn't figure out what the problem was. He waved his hand and scattered the green light. Then, he withdrew his aura and took a step forward, returning to the boat. Under the moonlight, the green pleasure boat kept drifting in the lake. It was like a lonely boat that could never find a ferry, drifting forever in the Jianghu. When Ning Chen flew back to the boat, a young girl happened to see this scene from afar. Her pretty face was filled with shock, and she couldn't believe her eyes. Was that a celestial? Could it be that celestials really existed in this world? Mortals sought to become celestials, and those who stepped on celestials sought to become celestials. They were all frogs in a well. However, whether celestials really existed in this world, who knew? The young girl suppressed the fluctuation in her heart and walked to the riverside to retrieve the wooden stick she had left behind. Before she left, she glanced at the pleasure boat in the lake. She still couldn't believe what she had just seen. Ning Chen stood at the bow of the boat. When he saw the young girl leaving, his eyes flashed. He was too careless. However, there weren't many women in the mortal world who had such intelligence. Unfortunately, he didn't want to take any more disciples now that he had Yin-Er. When he walked back to the boat, Yin-Er was already sound asleep. The little girl, who usually didn't sleep well, had rolled to the side of the bed, and the quilt was rolled into a ball. Ning Chen placed the little girl back on the bed, covered her with the quilt, and tucked her in. Then, he walked to the side and looked out of the boat through the wooden window. His calm eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. Master Mo was severely injured by the heaven speaker, and he probably wouldn't appear in a short period of time. However, this calamity would come sooner or later, and he had to be prepared. The demon body was now imprisoned under the apricot tree, and it was unknown when it would come out. It was very likely that it would be too late to help. In addition, ever since the original body resolved the chaos in the heavens abode, there had been no news of it. Among the three bodies, the original body cultivated 4 heavenly tomes, and its foundation was the strongest. If he could rush back in time and combine the strength of the two bodies, he might have a chance to fight Master Mo on equal footing. Thinking of this, Ning Chen looked at the little girl who was sleeping soundly. He sighed softly in his heart. Actually, he wanted Yin-Er to stay at the Heaven Speech Peak. Now that his enemies were getting stronger, it would be more dangerous for this girl to stay by his side. He could see that the Heaven Speaker truly wanted to nurture Yin-Er to become the next Heaven Speaker. If he missed such an opportunity, there wouldn't be a second one. If Yin-Er followed him, she might be able to become the next mortal paragon or reach the peak of the sword realm. However, it was too difficult for her to surpass him. This wasn't a problem of talent, but experience. His swordsmanship was honed through battle after battle. This path was difficult and wasn't suitable for Yin-Er. Becoming a heaven speaker was actually the most suitable for Yin-Er. He saw the most beautiful side of the world from the fairy-like girl at the Heaven Speech Peak. If Een stayed at the Heaven Speech Peak, she would surpass him one day. Perhaps it was his misconception, but he clearly felt that after forcefully opening his eyes, there wasn't much vitality left in the Heaven Speaker's body. In this life, he hated owing people favors the most. However, he would never be able to repay the favor of the Heaven Speaker in this life. Outside the riverside, a cool breeze blew. A red light gathered and swept rapidly towards the pleasure boat in the lake. Within the boat, Ning Chen came back to his senses. His figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the boat in an instant. With a flip of his hand, he condensed Yuan and blocked the incoming person. With a loud rumble, the lake water soared into the sky and fell down like a waterfall. In the rain, a mirror-like face with the same red clothes and the same calm appearance appeared. Ning Chen's expression turned cold. He slowly said, "Vermilion bird." "Phoenix, long time no see," replied the vermilion bird calmly. "Have you come to kill me? I'll accompany you at any time." Ning Chen's aura surged, and he didn't hide his killing intent at all. "I didn't come to fight you this time." The vermilion bird waved her hand to stop the battle. Ning Chen frowned. "Is there anything else to discuss between us?" "Let's work together," said the vermilion bird seriously. "Oh." A light flashed through Ning Chen's eyes. "What do you mean?" "I know of the ruins of the four symbols deities, but it won't be easy to enter. How about we work together?" Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. "Why did you come to find me? You should know our fates. In the future, only one of us can exist. As a descendant of the four symbols deities, you are the only one I can trust. Phoenix, although we are destined to never be friends, before the heavens make a choice, we might as well try to leave a way out for each other," said the vermilion bird seriously. "I hope your words today come from your heart." Ning Chen calmly said. Then he continued, "Tell me, how do we work together? The ruins of the deities I found are blocked by restrictions. Breaking restrictions isn't my specialty, so I came to ask for your help," said the vermilion bird. Hearing this, Ning Chen fell silent. After a moment, he said, "When?" "In 10 days, I will come to find you again," said the vermilion bird. "Wait." Ning Chen calmly replied. "Since there's no problem, then I'll see you in 10 days. The vermilion bird's flames rose, and she turned into a ray of light and flew away. After the vermilion bird left, Ning Chen stood on the lake under the moonlight. He looked at the horizon, and a flash of brilliance flashed across his eyes. The vermilion bird's words could be trusted, but not completely. The vermilion bird was a descendant of the four symbols deities. It wasn't strange that she could find the ruins of the other four symbols deities. However, there might be more trouble than expected. After thinking for a moment, Ning Chen turned around and walked back to the pleasure boat. As soon as he walked in, he saw the little girl sitting there in a daze. Her little face was full of annoyance from being woken up. "Who is it?" asked Een, in a daze. She was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. "The vermilion bird," said Ning Chen calmly. "Huh?" Een, sleepiness suddenly disappeared. She opened her big eyes and asked in confusion, "Why is he here?" "To talk about cooperation," said Ning Chen. "It's good enough that you don't fight when you meet. What is there to talk about?" The vermilion bird knows the ruins of the four symbols deities. However, there are restrictions blocking her from entering. She came to find me to join hands to break into the ruins of the four symbols deities, said Ning Chen. "Will it be dangerous?" asked Een, worriedly. "It's fine. Aside from the white tiger, the other four symbols deities aren't deities who specialize in killing. There shouldn't be too much danger," said Ning Chen. "Oh." Een nodded and a bright smile appeared on her face. "You can go." "I won't go." Ning Chen was slightly surprised. "Why won't you go?" "Don't worry about it. In any case, I won't go." Her replied and climbed back to her bed to continue sleeping. Ning Chen looked at the little girl in confusion. What was she thinking? She was usually so clingy, but this time she was acting out of character. It was said that a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. It seemed that little girls were the same. Chapter 681. On the banks of the Mi River, the waves beat against the shore. It was peaceful and full of vitality. The boat in the lake continued to drift, never once reaching the shore. The first rays of the morning sun shone down. The quiet mortal world gradually became lively once more. On the boat, the little girl who wanted to laze around in bed was pulled up and began to throw a tantrum. Can I practice later? Was wrapped in a blanket. She seemed to be half awake as she said bitterly. What time is it? Why are you still sleeping? Ning Chen said helplessly as he carried her. I slept late last night. Burrowed into the blanket, unwilling to get up. Aren't you embarrassed? Which martial artist would sleep until this time every day? Ning Chen pulled her out again and scolded her softly. I'm already very strong. I don't need to wake up early and work late to cultivate. Rubbed her eyes and said unhappily. You have the nerve to say you're strong. I can beat 100 idiots like you. Stop talking nonsense and get up. I'll teach you how to use the sword today, Ning Chen said unhappily. Rubbed her hair frantically. Then she stiffened, feeling that something was wrong. Looking at the person in front of her, she asked doubtfully, why do those words sound so familiar? You've slept too much. You've become stupid. Ning Chen pulled her up and walked out of the boat, saying, hurry up and dress up. I'll wait for you on the shore. With that, Ning Chen walked out of the boat and flew towards the river. Thought hard but couldn't remember when she had heard those words before. Shaking her head, she stopped thinking about it and began to dress up. On the banks of the Mi River, the Yellow Springs Forbidden Land was full of vitality. It was getting closer and closer to fully awakening. Not long after, walked out from the front of the sails. She took a step forward, and like a lotus flower emerging from the water, she flew across the surface of the lake. Seeing her come over, Ning Chen waved his hand. On the surface of the water, ripples rose and a water sword flew out in front of her. Watch carefully. Ning Chen held the sword and swung it. A dazzling sword light broke through the sky. With a boom, the entire Mi River split into two. It was a shocking scene. The river split apart and the water flowed like a waterfall, unable to merge back together for a long time. Seeing this, Er's delicate little face was filled with shock. She was shocked by this shocking scene. Ning Chen casually dispersed the water sword in his hand, looked at the little girl, and said calmly, go ahead and practice. When you can split this river with a single sword strike like this, you'll basically be a beginner. When heard this, she recovered from her shock. Looking at the former, she gulped and said, how long did you train to do that? 3 years, Ning Chen said calmly. When heard this, her face turned bitter. It had been so long. There are no shortcuts to cultivation, and practicing the sword is even more so. There are countless geniuses in this world who can't mature. It's not because their talent isn't enough, but because their willpower is inferior to others. So don't always think about being lazy. Ning Chen softly warned the little girl. You're lying. Master's wife doesn't cultivate much, but she's still very powerful, muttered Don't shout. Ning Chen berated in a light voice, and then he said with a slightly helpless expression, man is an exception. Her natural talent is something that I've never seen in my lifetime. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a proud person like Senior to make an exception and take her as his disciple. You're not considered the disciple of that Senior before Senior? Asked in surprise. She had always thought that Ning Chen was the disciple of Prince Yen. No. Ning Chen smiled and said, I'm just a junior that senior casually guided. There are some things that I won't be able to learn in my lifetime, so I won't embarrass senior. You're already very powerful, more powerful than me. Looked at the former and said with certainty. Ning Chen patted the little girl's head and said with a smile, all right, focus on practicing the sword. Your talent isn't bad. If you practice diligently, you'll be able to reach that level in at most 3 months. Will there be a reward if I master it? Er's big eyes turned and she asked sweetly. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, haven't you always wanted to learn the martial arts in the heavenly book? Once you master it, I'll start teaching you. Pinky swear. Er's big eyes lit up when she heard this. She stretched out her small hand and said, Pinky swear. A promise is a promise. Ning Chen stretched out his hand and hooked his finger with the little girl's as he said softly. After receiving his promise, giggled and ran to the riverside. Holding her vermilion sword, she began to practice diligently. Ning Chen stood to the side and calmly watched the little girl practice her sword. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Although he hadn't said it, he still remembered how had rushed all over for him. The most difficult thing in the world was to beg someone. This girl had suffered too much in the past few days. However, she would never suffer again. A gentle breeze blew across the riverside. The girl was practicing her sword in front of the riverside, her black hair dancing in the wind. It was a beautiful scene that made people feel relaxed and happy. The vermilion sword hummed, and the sword heart was clear. The humming of the sword echoed through the riverside, accompanied by the gentle breeze. Ning Chen looked at the little girl's sword and lightly nodded. Although good talent couldn't decide everything, it could allow people to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Whether it was Er's talent or comprehension, she surpassed him in both aspects. If she worked a bit harder, her cultivation speed would definitely become faster. Just as the little girl was practicing her sword, a plain-clothed mortal girl was standing in front of the riverside. She didn't dare to make a sound, nor did she dare to disturb them. When Ning Chen saw the girl, he didn't stop her and allowed her to watch. Although he didn't want to take in another disciple, if the girl could learn something through her own efforts, she deserved it. The most important thing in martial arts was always the inheritance. It wasn't limited by the concept of sex and seclusion. From the beginning of the day to the middle of the day, repeatedly waved the sword in her hand. There were a few times when she was tired and wanted to sneak away. However, when she saw Ning Chen staring at her from not far away, she had no choice but to dispel this unrealistic idea. At noon, it was finally time for lunch. Put away her sword and smiled at the person beside her. Then, she disappeared without a trace. Ning Chen lightly shook his head. This girl. In the distance, the girl also quietly left. She didn't dare to make a sound lest she startled the person in the sky. Ning Chen deliberately didn't look back and pretended not to see her. After the girl left, he took a step back and returned to the boat. On the Mi River, the scenery was so beautiful. However, the red-clothed man in the boat didn't have the energy to take another look. In the next moment, green and red light rose from the boat. Ning Chen channeled the power of extreme yang and forcibly merged with the body of the dual peak master. Zi Chuan died in battle. Qi Huan and the others also died in Mo Zhu's hands. In addition, Xiang Yuan's life was in danger. Disheartened, Lulua transferred the bodies of the two people into Ning Chen's body and entrusted him with everything in the mortal world in the future. The 9 disciples of Mo's sect, who used to be awe-inspiring in the world, had almost all fallen. Mo Zhu's next target was undoubtedly. Ning Chen understood very well that regardless of whether his devil body and main body could make it back in time, he had to plan and prepare for the worst. Mo Zhu's strength was unquestionable. Especially after devouring Qi Huan and the other two peak masters, he might be extremely close to the true realm. The next time Mo Zhu attacked, it would definitely be an extremely difficult battle. He had to prepare with all his strength. Otherwise, this tribulation would be his final battle. On the blue boat, condensed true yuan constantly surged. Outside the boat, the surface of the water rippled and waves gradually rose. After experiencing many hardships and dangers, he finally reached the peak of perfection. He was only one step away from stepping into the celestial treading realm. However, this step was the most difficult step in the mortal world. In the tens of thousands of years in the inner realm, almost no one had been able to take this step. Although most of the reason was due to the existence of the underworld king's boundary, which limited the laws of the world in the inner realm, part of the reason was that this step was originally unimaginably difficult. The blue boat drifted. With the boat as the center, the waves continued to spread out until they reached 1,000 feet away. After several attempts, it was difficult to cross the heavenly moat. Ning Chen opened his eyes and sighed softly. He withdrew his true yuan. It seemed that he had been too impatient. Perhaps fusing Lulua and Xiang Yuan's bodies to break through to the celestial treading realm was not the right path. Outside the boat, the sun moved west. More than half a day had passed. Cultivation knew no time, and unknowingly, 4 hours had passed. On the riverside, Yin Er had just returned. She didn't make a sound and quietly began to practice the sword. On the east side of the river, the women who had come to wash clothes couldn't see the little girl practicing the sword in the distance. No one dared to make a sound. The river seemed to be separated by the mortal and immortal, two completely different scenes. Among the women, the girl was also washing clothes. However, her bright eyes would occasionally look into the distance. Her eyes were filled with envy and desire. Mortals sought immortality, but when the opportunity to become immortal was right in front of them, they didn't dare to disturb the people in the heavens. In the lake, the man in red quietly stood outside the boat. He watched the little girl practice the sword on the riverside and didn't interfere. In the end, one had to rely on themselves on the path of cultivation. Others shouldn't interfere too much, or it would have the opposite effect. Yin Er's sword couldn't have too much of his shadow imprinted on it. She had to walk her own path to become the only one. The sun gradually set and the young girl and the women left. Before they left, they looked at the young man in red standing in front of the boat in the lake. Their eyes were filled with awe. Night fell and the lights in the distance lit up. The moonlight reflected off the lake, and it was cold and desolate. At the same time, somewhere, the cold moon hung high in the sky. Under the night sky, on a lonely stage, the blue-clothed butterfly danced alone with her long sleeves. It was a beautiful and soul-stirring song. However, there was no one below the stage to watch it. The butterfly in the flower was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She was more delicate than the flower and more beautiful than the butterfly. Her sleeves fluttered and drew a beautiful white rainbow between heaven and earth. The butterfly on the stage didn't have a trace of brilliance in her eyes. It was often said that performers were emotionless. Perhaps they had played out all kinds of life, so they couldn't see themselves clearly in the mortal world. With a clang, the flower burial tears flew out from her sleeves. The long and narrow blade emitted a black brilliance in the butterfly's dance. The cold moon in the sky seemed to have lost its color at this moment. The blade danced faster and faster until the blade couldn't be seen anymore. There was only a black flowing light between heaven and earth. Within 100 zhang, the wind and snow whirled and turned into a storm, engulfing the butterfly's figure. Rumble. With an earth-shattering tremor, the wind and snow collapsed. The entire stage was torn apart. The flower burial tears retracted its sharpness. The butterfly put away the blade and walked away. Chapter 682. 10 days later, the agreed time limit was up. When the bright moon hung high in the sky, red light gathered on the Mi River, and the vermilion bird appeared. In the pleasure boat, Red Coat walked out and walked to the front of the boat. The two of them looked exactly the same as if they were mirror images. The phoenix and the vermilion bird, who were destined to never coexist since the three ancient eras, put down their grudges and joined forces for the first time. "Lead the way," Ning Chen said calmly. "Okay." The vermilion bird nodded. Her figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, flying toward the horizon. Ning Chen turned around and glanced at the boat in the lake. He instructed in a soft voice, and then leaped up and followed after them. "Yin, remember to practice your sword well. Don't be lazy." His voice traveled into the pleasure boat. Yin sat on the bed and giggled. "Okay." In the starry sky, rays of light flashed. It was vast and boundless. Many big stars were arranged in it, but at this moment, they all seemed so small. At this moment, two streaks of red light pierced through the silence and shot forward at high speed. In the red Phoenix star region, there was a fog that looked like a river of stars that cut across the entire star region. "How far is it?" Ning Chen looked at the fog in front and asked. "We're almost there." The vermilion bird stopped and said seriously. Ning Chen nodded and looked serious. This fog was troublesome. If they were not careful, they might get lost in it. "Let's go," the vermilion bird said. Her figure flashed and rushed into the fog. Ning Chen followed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the endless white fog, the two streams of light moved faster and faster. They released their divine senses to guard against the danger in the fog. After an hour, suddenly, a strong sense of danger came. In the next moment, thousands of meteorites broke through the fog and rushed toward them. When the two of them saw this, their expressions turned serious at the same time. Their bodies moved in an instant, dodging one huge meteorite after another. The meteorites were like rain, and there were thousands of them. When they could not avoid them, red light rose. Two red swords appeared in the Phoenix True Fire and Vermilion Bird Divine Fire. The moment they held the swords, the sword intent rushed out. There was a rumbling sound. The two descendants of the gods joined forces to fight against the heavens. Sword light swept across the starry sky. The shattered meteorites flew past their ears and the heat wave hit them. However, the gods and the fire were not afraid. "Go!" The vermilion bird slashed the nearest huge meteorite with her sword. Then, her eyes narrowed and her figure rushed forward. Not far away, Ning Chen's footsteps quickly followed. As soon as the two of them left, a meteor shower rushed over like a waterfall, drowning everything in its path. In front of him, two figures flashed past and disappeared in a flash. After walking for an unknown amount of time, an indescribable pressure came from the vermilion bird. She stopped and looked ahead. "We're here." Ning Chen stood still and sensed the looming heavy pressure in front of him. His face turned serious as he said, "Buried in the void. Can you tell which four symbols god it is?" "I'm sure it's not the black tortoise, but it could be one of the other three gods," the vermilion bird said. After hearing the former's words, Ning Chen nodded. The possibility of the black tortoise being an earth god was indeed very small. "If we continue forward, there will be restrictions. Be careful," the vermilion bird warned. Ning Chen nodded and took a step forward. He concentrated his divine sense and put all his heart into dealing with the upcoming test. The vermilion bird followed beside him with a grave expression. Restrictions were not her specialty. Otherwise, she would have tried to break in long ago. As soon as the two of them entered, the white fog dispersed and the space distorted. The scene changed instantly. There were endless mountains of swords and sharp lights. The moment the two of them entered, intertwining golden lights flashed and slashed toward them. Ning Chen formed a sword with his fingers. The sword energy shook the golden lights. With a bang, the aftermath spread out rapidly. Heavenly Fall. Seeing the endless golden lights, Ning Chen's left hand formed vital energy and slashed the sword. Instantly, the sword light shone brightly. The sword energy soared like rain and fell from the sky, crashing into the thousands of swords. The swords collided with the swords, causing a rumbling sound. The world was miserable. The space stagnated. Then, the scene changed again. The sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder fell from the sky. Seeing this, the vermilion bird stepped into the air and slashed with the sword in her hand to resist the power of heaven. With a bang, the thunder dispersed. The aftermath spread out rapidly and dispersed the wind and clouds. At this moment, the thunder changed again. Flames burned the sky and turned into a sea of fire falling from the sky. Space break. As the heavenly flames descended, Ning Chen's silhouette flashed and blocked in front of the vermilion bird. His astral soul slashed out, severing the space. The sky cracked open, swallowing the descending flames. The entire sky regained its calmness. Ning Chen looked at the turbulent wind and clouds in the surroundings. His expression was heavy. He glanced at the vermilion bird and said, "You protect me. I will think of a way to break this space." The vermilion bird replied. She held her sword in front of her as the divine flames of the vermilion bird gushed out, turning the surrounding 100 miles into a flame domain. A moment later, the earth trembled violently. Earth fire soared into the sky. The 9 heavens sensed it. Lightning and fire rushed towards the two of them. Vermilion flame devouring the heavens. The vermilion bird's sword spun rapidly. Beams of fire covered the sky, blocking the heavenly might of the lightning and fire. Under the protection of the vermilion bird, Ning Chen turned his palm and slashed open the space. Layers of restrictions appeared, changing and complex. He spread out his divine sense to search for the source of the restrictions. However, each restriction was crisscrossing and changing constantly. It was difficult to see their true form. Not far away, the vermilion bird blocked the heavenly might alone. The pressure was getting heavier and heavier. Even the vermilion bird, who was a descendant of a deity, felt that it was getting harder and harder to withstand. "How long do you need?" The vermilion bird took half a step back and stepped on the ground. The divine flames around her body surged again. 15 minutes. Ning Chen replied. "Okay." The vermilion bird's eyes darkened. She said, "Focus on breaking the restriction. Don't worry about anything else." Ning Chen nodded. He turned his palm and condensed his essence. The yellow spring opened the restriction and sealed a restriction. He focused on watching the changes of the restriction. Rumble. In the sky, lightning struck down one after another, attacking the flame domain. At the same time, earth fire surged on the ground, aiding the heavenly might. The vermilion bird, who bore all the heavenly might, had a drop of blood at the corner of her mouth. She was injured for the first time. The heavenly might was unparalleled. Time passed by slowly. The vermilion bird looked at the figure not far away. When she was distracted, a lightning struck down and blood dyed the sky. With a groan, she retreated several steps. The sword in front of the vermilion bird automatically protected its master. Sword light soared into the sky, supporting the flame domain that was about to collapse. 15 minutes passed and the time was up. The vermilion bird forced herself to use her essence to block the increasing heavenly might. She said, "Is it not done yet?" "It's done." Not far away, Ning Chen waved his hand to disperse the restriction of the yellow spring restriction. Shortly after, his astral soul appeared and he slashed out with his sword. After a short moment of silence, the sky collapsed and the earth sank. The whole world rumbled and shook. A large part of the void collapsed and disappeared. In the next moment, the world changed. The silent and empty land of buried gods finally revealed its true form. The two of them focused and looked around. They didn't dare to be careless. They still didn't know which god's relic it was. They had to be careful. Suddenly, the vermilion bird staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that she had suffered serious injuries when resisting the heavenly might. Seeing this, Ning Chen frowned and stepped forward. He gathered his palm energy and poured it into the vermilion bird's body. After several breaths, the vermilion bird's injuries were suppressed. She looked at the person behind her and said, "Phoenix, your arrogance hasn't changed at all. Just a moment ago, the vermilion bird could have taken her life, but she didn't. A promise is a promise. It can't be broken. At least in this god's relic, the grudges between us need to be temporarily put aside." However, speaking of this, Ning Chen changed the topic and said calmly, "If the day comes when I have to take your life by hook or by crook, I won't hold back either." The vermilion bird's eyes flashed. She didn't say anything. The human chosen by the phoenix was indeed different from ordinary people. "Let's go." The vermilion bird calmed herself down and continued walking in front. The two of them continued walking, their divine senses becoming more and more alert. Although the four symbols deities, other than the white tiger, weren't gods that focused on killing, they were still gods. With a raise of their hands, they could destroy the world. How could a human withstand it? After walking for a long time, the surroundings didn't change. It was as if they were walking in circles. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "An illusion. It shouldn't be wrong." The vermilion bird looked around and said, "There are so many formations and restrictions here. It seems that this four symbols deity isn't simple." Ning Chen stopped and looked around. The inner and outer realms once had the four symbols deities guarding them. To a certain extent, the four symbols deities didn't just refer to the four at the beginning of creation. It was just a general term. If the vermilion bird of this life could reproduce her ancestors' bloodline, she might also be able to stand in the realm of gods. "Step back a bit. I'll break it," said the vermilion bird. Ning Chen retreated dozens of feet, leaving the space for the former. In front, the vermilion bird shouted. Red light bloomed around her body and a powerful aura overflowed. Amidst the rising red brilliance, sword light soared into the sky. The dazzling brilliance illuminated the void and broke through the sky. With a loud rumble, the illusion shattered. Just at this moment, the heaven and earth changed drastically. Caught off guard, an extremely terrifying murderous aura was awakened. With sharp eyes, it swept towards the two of them. By the riverside, under the morning sun, was struggling to carry a bucket of jade lake water to water the divine tree. Her mouth was pouting so hard that an oil bottle could be hung from it. When Ning Chen left, he didn't tell her that the jade lake water was so heavy. Far away from the riverside, a young girl was quietly waiting. She knew that every time this happened, the fairy-like girl would start practicing her sword. When saw the young girl, she turned her head and helplessly smiled. She shouted, "I'll be late today." "Wait a moment." When the young girl heard this, she jumped in fright. Panic flashed across her pretty face. Seeing the young girl's startled expression, Er's big eyes turned and she quickly watered the divine tree. Then she threw the bucket to the side and stepped forward. The young girl's body trembled. She was so frightened that she didn't dare to move. "Don't be afraid. I'm not a monster. I won't eat people." Pulled the young girl's hand and pressed it against her face. "See, I didn't lie to you." Are you a fairy?" the young girl asked timidly. "I'm not a fairy." Shook her head vigorously and giggled. "I'm just a servant girl. You've seen that young man who often stands on the boat, right? I'm his servant girl. I was kidnapped, and now I'm finally free." Chapter 683. In the ruins of the gods, the vermilion bird broke the illusion with a single sword strike. Just as the space around them changed, an unprecedented sense of danger suddenly assaulted them. Caught off guard, the sky darkened. Amidst the brilliant lights, numerous white rays of light shot out. The powerful auras caused the space around them to tremble. Upon seeing this, Ning Chen's expression froze. His figure flickered as his phoenix true fire blazed. Astral souls appeared as he drew his sword to block the divine might. With a loud bang, the sword light scattered in all directions. The aftershock caused the two of them to retreat over 10 steps. White Tiger. The white rays of light surrounding them were no weaker than the two of them. The berserk killing intent was even more maddening. The only god of slaughter among the four symbols deities had finally appeared. The two of them turned solemn. They didn't expect that they would still encounter the worst situation. 9 white rays of light floated up and down in the dusky sky. The 9 white tiger deities' incarnations emitted an abnormally powerful pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. Be careful. Ning Chen reminded. The phoenix true fire in the surroundings rose rapidly. The white tiger deities had the heaviest killing intent among the four symbols deities. This indicated that what they were about to face wasn't a test, but a test of life and death. The vermilion bird nodded and condensed her energy into her sword. The vermilion bird divine fire also surged out, forming a flame domain. The phoenix and vermilion bird worked together. The fire deities faced the slaughter deities. Before the battle even started, the powerful pressure caused the entire space to distort. Roar! Along with a world-shaking roar, the 9 white tiger deities moved at the same time. Their sharp claws tore through the void, and an extremely sharp light pierced through the void, directly attacking the two. The two of them intertwined with each other and slashed out with their swords, blocking the sharp claws of the white tiger deities. At this moment, the sound of swords humming rang out. The sharp golden chi passed through the swords and slashed towards the two of them. Clang! The swords intertwined, blocking the sharp golden chi. The two of them danced with their swords, like two mirror images. Their sword auras were equally matched. The sounds of swords clanging rang out unceasingly in the dusky sky. The 9 white tiger deities' attacks were swift and fierce. Their sharp claws tore through the air, breaking mountains and splitting seas. Their extremely sharp claws were as tough as divine swords, but they started to show signs of weakness as they wailed unceasingly. We can't fight for too long. Let's end this quickly. Ning Chen's expression turned serious when he heard the sword's mournful cry. He quickly increased the speed of his sword as he reminded. The vermilion bird nodded, and at the same time, the sharpness of her sword became even faster and sharper. Each strike was faster than the last, and she was determined to end this battle in the shortest amount of time possible. Sky-devouring vermilion flames. The divine flames on the sword surged, and the might of the flame domain rose rapidly. The extreme might of the sword spread, and the wind and clouds responded to it. Seeing this, Ning Chen waved his sword and shook off the 5 white tigers around him. Then, he changed the moves on his sword. The phoenix fire spun rapidly and the 9 suns coiled out to help the vermilion bird. With the two of them working together, the power of the flame domain instantly rose to the extreme. 9 divine suns circled around and turned into a move that could destroy the world as it fell from the sky. With a bang, the 9 suns shook the gods. The aftershock shook the flame domain, and it instantly collapsed. The two of them retreated a few steps and stabilized their bodies. Then, their figures flashed and disappeared at the same time. In the aftermath, one sword after another slashed out, the brilliance of the swordsman's life. In the blink of an eye, the red afterimage flickered and disappeared, moving like an illusion. The 9 white tigers followed suit and went for the throat. The red clothes returned to their positions, and the 9 white tigers scattered, turning into stars and disappearing between heaven and earth. After the world returned to normal, a small path that looked like a winding corridor appeared in front of them. It was surrounded by sharp sabers that led to the peak of a mountain that was unknown how high it was. "Let's go." Ning Chen didn't hesitate to speak, and then he flashed forward along the mountain path. The vermilion bird stepped forward and quickly caught up. The mountain path was rugged, and the sabers were glaring. There were still traces of dried blood on the sabers. The sabers that had drunk the blood of an unknown number of experts were bone-chilling and made people shudder. The two of them did not dare to stop. They increased their speed and rushed toward the peak of the mountain. However, just as the two of them were about to reach the peak, the entire mountain of sabers suddenly shook. Sabers flew out from the mountain of sabers and rushed toward the two of them. There really is no end to this. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He clenched his left hand, and a white rainbow appeared. It was hard and soft, blocking thousands of sabers. The sword turned soft, and the sabers could not break through the net of swords. The sabers arrived one after another, but were repelled one after another. It was difficult for them to get close. "You go first." Seeing that the attacks were endless, Ning Chen's two swords shone at the same time. He combined hard and soft to form a formation. Hearing this, the vermilion bird did not hesitate. Her figure flashed and quickly rushed forward. "Hurry up and catch up." The vermilion bird instructed the moment they passed each other. Then, she quickly disappeared from the peak of the mountain. After the vermilion bird left, the two swords in Ning Chen's hands shone brightly. Hundreds of suns rose into the sky and drowned the surrounding world. With a loud rumble, the hundreds of sabers melted and turned into a meteor shower that fell from the sky. "Break the sky." Ning Chen waved his sword and broke the sky, blocking the meteor shower. Then, his figure flashed and rushed forward. At the peak of the mountain, the vermilion bird looked ahead with a grave expression. Soon, a red robe flashed and she caught up. "There might be trouble," the vermilion bird said slowly. Ning Chen looked to the front and frowned. In front of them, there was a twisted black hole that emitted a dangerous aura. It was the only passage, and there was nothing around it. The god that was in charge of killing did not leave any choice for the intruder. No one knew whether it was a path to life or a path to death. "Let's go. Since we are already here, there is no reason to go back the way we came." Since he had made up his mind, there was no need to hesitate. Ning Chen stepped into the black hole and disappeared. The vermilion bird's eyes flashed and she followed him. Since the phoenix did not want to retreat, there was no reason for her to retreat. After the two of them entered, the black hole immediately closed and they disappeared from the peak of the mountain. In an unknown realm, the world was silent. Beams of light streaked across the sky. On a peak that everyone looked up to, a man in white was playing the zither. He was so calm that it was as if he had become one with the world. People could not help but feel reverence for him. The only existence, the only God. Ning Chen and the vermilion bird looked at the figure on the peak of the mountain and were on high alert. There was no doubt that the man in white was the white tiger. However, whether he was a living god or just a mirror image, no one could be sure. The white tiger was in charge of killing. If this person still had the strength to fight, it would be really troublesome. "You are finally here. Phoenix, vermilion bird, welcome to my realm." On the peak of the mountain, the man in white stopped playing the zither and looked down at the two people with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the two people's faces darkened. They were in trouble. "Since you are my guest, I will play a song to show my courtesy," the man in white said softly. Then, his slender fingers plucked the strings of the zither. In an instant, the void stagnated and fell into silence. In an instant, the void distorted violently. White skeletons appeared one after another. There were hundreds of millions of them and they were densely packed. They drowned the entire realm. The king of hell plays, life and death is up to fate. The sound of the zither spread out and hundreds of millions of white skeletons rushed toward the two people. The terrifying scene made their scalps tingle. For symbols: deity sealing sword, deity transformation. Sensing danger, Ning Chen's body was surrounded by red light. He borrowed the power of the sword and used deity transformation. In an instant, his black hair turned red and his figure disappeared. He raised his sword to kill. In the void, the terrifying killing machine kept reaping the lives of hundreds of millions of creatures. The army of skeletons fell one after another. They could not stop the phoenix's footsteps. On the peak of the mountain, the man in white looked down at the young man in red. His eyes flashed with surprise. What an extraordinary swordsman! The phoenix of this generation actually had such an outstanding sword cultivation. It was really shocking. After seeing the phoenix's strength, the man in white looked at the red sparrow and said, "What about you? Aren't you going to help? The phoenix's strength is enough to deal with these skeletons." The red sparrow looked up at the peak of the mountain. Her expression was full of caution. "Ha!" The man in white smiled faintly. He looked at the phoenix in the army of skeletons and said calmly, "Phoenix, it seems that your friend wants to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Such an obvious provocation. Are you looking down on the knowing destiny state?" Ning Chen said coldly. He waved his sword and cut open a path of skeletons. The man in white smiled again. Humans were naturally selfish and suspicious. The phoenix was noble and was willing to entrust the phoenix source to a human. It seemed that this human was indeed different. Heavenly Dragon Shock. Ning Chen waved his sword to get rid of the army. In an instant, the wind and clouds on the sword changed. The phantom of the azure dragon roared and rushed toward the man in white. "Blasphemy! Should I praise your courage or call you stupid?" The man in white did not move. His slender hand played the zither. A white light screen appeared in front of him and blocked the azure dragon's sword chi. With a loud bang, the azure dragon scattered and dust filled the sky. The moment the aftershock covered the eyes, the red sparrow's figure disappeared. The sword light was cold and murderous as it slashed toward the man. Too weak. The man in white played the zither again. A white light flashed and sent the red sparrow flying. At the same time, on the riverside of the Mi River, who did not know that Ning Chen was in danger, was learning how to wash clothes with a young girl. However, the little girl who knew nothing other than martial arts could only add to the chaos. She tossed and turned until her whole body was wet. "It's so difficult. I don't want to learn anymore." Pouted and said unhappily. The young girl smiled gently. After interacting with her for a long time, she realized that this fairy-like girl was indeed just a little girl. She was very kind and also a little delicate. Washing clothes is easy to learn. It just requires a little patience. You were patient enough to practice the sword. This is not a problem, the young girl said softly. It's different. Pouted and said, "If I don't practice the sword well, Ning Chen will beat me up. I don't dare to not learn." The young girl covered her mouth and smiled, saying, "That person seems to treat you very well. When you practice the sword, he is always by your side. That's because he is afraid that I will run away." Giggled and said, "Now that he has gone out to do something, I am finally free. A strict master produces a fine disciple. You have to learn martial arts from your master. Otherwise, you will let down your master's good intentions." The young girl pulled out the hairpin on her head and then carefully tidied up the little girl's messy hair, using the hairpin to tie it up. Touched the hairpin on her head and smiled happily, saying, "Thank you, sister. Actually, I also had a very beautiful hairpin. However, Ning Chen borrowed it. I don't know when he will return it to me." Chapter 684. In the deity's realm, the massacre god attacked. The sound of Guqin reverberated and millions of skeletons surrounded the two of them. The two swords worked together to resist the god's power. Their swords cut through the obstacles and reached the god. On the mountain peak, the god played the Guqin. The sound of the Guqin blocked the two's sword light. They couldn't break through the line of defense. This was the difference between a god and a human. No matter how sharp their swords were, they couldn't get close. The bone army blocked the path again and again, adding a few more variables to this battle. I'll hold him back first. You deal with these problems. Seeing the skeletons blocking the way, the vermilion bird waved her sword and opened a path. Okay. Ning Chen answered and waved his sword, blocking the skeletons in front of him. Behind him, the vermilion bird faced the god alone. The red light on her sword rose and became more and more dazzling. You don't want the phoenix to help? Or do you think you can hold me back by yourself? The white-robed man asked calmly. I alone am enough. The vermilion bird answered coldly. Her figure flashed and her sword cut through the wind and clouds. Conceded Junior. The white-robed man smiled and plucked the strings of his Guqin. In an instant, a terrifying sound wave spread out and covered the sky. The vermilion bird blocked the attack. With a bang, the sky was dyed red. Her arm couldn't withstand the sound wave and blood flowed out. The two battles were completely different. Ning Chen stood in front of the millions of skeletons. He wanted to deal with the problem in the shortest time possible. 100 suns returned to the east. His astral soul spun and the Sun Sutra appeared. The aura of extreme yang spread out and hundreds of suns appeared, shining and circling in the sky. At the same time, the azure frost sword appeared in Ning Chen's left hand. The aura of extreme coldness spread out. The wind and snow on the sword surged. The Jin Shi divine weapon appeared again. Yin and yang in the sky, resonating with each other. In an instant, the Yin and Yang formation opened and the Tai Chi formation rose into the sky. The intertwining red and white brilliance sprinkled down tens of thousands of rays of light, enveloping the entire space of the god's land. The power of the light was so shocking that it shook the heavens and the earth. Oh! At the peak of the mountain, the white-robed man's eyes flashed. What a strange formation. It could merge the power of Yin and Yang. Clang. The sound wave of the Guqin spread out. The destructive power spread rapidly and attacked the phoenix in the distance. Seeing this, the vermilion bird's figure flashed and blocked the zither wave with her sword. With a hong sound, blood splashed across the heavens. The vermilion bird was forced back another dozen or so steps, staggering while vomiting blood. Descent of the Sixth Tao, myriad demonic tribulations, supreme forbidden sword. In front of the army of millions of skeletons, Ning Chen saw that the vermilion bird's injuries were getting worse and worse. He no longer hesitated and swung his sword horizontally. Instantly, the nine heavens Tai Chi formation responded and a primordial force of chaos spread out. The move that incorporated the wisdom of the 49 leaders of Taoism reappeared in the mortal world. As soon as he stepped on the ground, he leaped into the sky. Around his red robe, sword light shone brightly. His terrifying pressure made the divine realm experts tremble. Apocalyptic calamity. When the forbidden technique was unleashed, the apocalypse began. Boundless sword light descended from the sky, refining Yin and Yang. At the beginning of the world's creation, there was endless destruction. Rumbling sounds reverberated throughout the universe. Wherever the sword light reached, everything was destroyed. The forbidden sword left no trace of life. 100,000, 1,000,000, 10,000,000, 1,000,000,000,000. Countless skeletons were buried in the sword light, completely turned into ashes and scattered between heaven and earth. At the peak of the mountain, the white-robed man who was sitting quietly and playing the zither stood up for the first time. Looking at the sword light descending from the sky, he turned his palm to block the forbidden sword. With a loud rumble, the sword light drowned the mountain peak and destroyed it instantly. The mountain collapsed and split into pieces. Not bad, the white-robed man said. He waved his hand to disperse the last remnants of the forbidden sword. Looking at the phoenix descending from the sky, he said calmly, "Are you ready? The warm-up is over. Please." Ning Chen and the vermilion bird focused and said. The white-robed man raised his hand and a divine weapon made of shapeless metal and stone appeared. It was sealed in a stone scabbard that looked like a sword and a knife. As soon as the divine weapon appeared, a terrifying pressure spread out. Waves of unbearable aura overflowed. It was like the sharpest sword, constantly tearing the surrounding void. The power of the sealed divine weapon was shocking. The next moment, the white-robed man moved. The light of the stone scabbard flashed and started the battle. With a loud bang, the two swords collided with the divine weapon. With a loud bang, the two retreated at the same time, their arms dyed red. The power of a god was shocking. The incomparable killing nature made the two feel the threat of death. The white-robed man moved and waved the divine weapon. His speed was not fast, but it was unshakable. His cultivation was not top-notch, but it was extremely accurate. The most terrifying killing god had reproduced the power of the absolute beginning. The two joined hands to fight against the god. The only sword at the peak shook the divine weapon. Dazzling rainbow light shone in the dusky world. At the peak, there was a clear difference. The sword was fast, but it could not surpass the heavenly gate. The move was heavy, but it could not shake the god's power. It was an unsolvable killing situation. Even if the two joined hands, they were still at a disadvantage. "Is this all you can do?" The white-robed man waved the divine weapon and forced the two to retreat. He looked disappointed. The vermilion bird snorted and spread the wings on her back. Scarlet flames rose and a flame domain spread out. In an instant, she disappeared and used the vermilion bird race's secret technique. The 3,000 flames condensed on the tip of the sword. Wherever the sword light passed, the world burned and turned into nothingness. The white-robed man waved the divine weapon to block the sword. A look of interest flashed in his eyes. He said, "Now it's slightly more like it. Next, you won't have the chance to say this anymore." The vermilion bird's silhouette flickered, causing the space around her to tremble. The sword tip disappeared and reappeared without any warning, leaving no trace behind. The white-robed man leaned to the side and avoided the sword. Immediately after, he turned back and the divine weapon fell from the sky. With a loud bang, the aftershock shook. Another red-robed figure appeared. Her astral soul shook the divine weapon. In the splashes of blood, a white rainbow appeared and bound the former's arm. The sword dance was close at hand. The two swords, one hard and one soft, one fast and one slow, collided head-on with the god's power. The strange look in the white-robed man's eyes became more and more intense. What an exciting sword! The confrontation between the divine weapons was extraordinary. The peak power of the mortal world was not suppressed by cultivation. There was only the instinct to kill. Millions, tens of thousands of creatures in the knowing destiny state had karma on their bodies. With swords in their hands, they were able to shake the god of slaughter who had been known for his ferocity since the Archean age. Their continuous swords left no flaws. The white-robed man waved the divine weapon in his hand. The more he fought, the more he praised. There was such an amazing sword in the mortal world. Have you seen the real heaven wasteland prohibition? As he spoke, the white-robed man flipped his palm and the stone weapon in his hand spun rapidly. It was the first time it was unsealed after countless years. In an instant, rays of light filled the sky. In the shattered stone seal, a terrifying murderous aura burst out. The next moment, above the void, a dazzling black divine weapon slowly fell. Boundless murderous aura surged, and heaven and earth mourned. Heaven Wasteland Prohibition, the famous killing weapon of the ancient immemorial era, reappeared today, and its sharpness was even more threatening. Whoosh! Before they could react, blood splashed. Their chests were dyed red at the same time. The murderous aura penetrated their bodies and brought out a large blood mist. The slaughter begins now. Don't let me down. The voice was close to their ears. The divine weapon took their lives. With a clang, the sword turned around and blocked the sword that was about to kill. The overflowing blood dyed their swords red. The two of them forcefully suppressed their internal injuries. Their expressions were unusually solemn. It was not a difference in cultivation base, but there was such a huge difference in strength. The slaughter gods lived up to their reputation. Without saying anything, the red light flashed. The two held their swords and rushed forward again without any hesitation. Victory or defeat was the only choice. The two could not retreat at all. The white-robed man smiled as if he was excited about this battle after hundreds of thousands of years. As a god of slaughter, there was nothing that could arouse his interest more than battle. The sound of clashing swords was endless. The four divine weapons drew a dazzling light between heaven and earth. No one showed mercy because there was no room for mercy. The battle of gods was getting more and more intense. The identical phoenix and vermilion bird cooperated tacitly and locked the enemy with their swords. One attacked and one defended, and there were no flaws. The more the white-robed man fought, the brighter the smile on his face. The more he praised, the more he wanted to kill. It was really a surprise that the vermilion bird and phoenix had such descendants. Invisible sword. The battle was split into two. The red-robed man turned back, and the sword broke through the restraint. The surrounding sword intent gathered again and again. The rapidly spinning sword gathered thousands of sword flows, and it was about to break through the god's defense and kill the god. Seeing this, the vermilion bird flashed and poured yuan into the former's body to help the phoenix. Not bad. The white-robed man became serious again. The yuan in his palm collided with the sword, and the murderous aura gathered around him. He used all his strength to send the two flying. A pool of blood splashed. The two fell to the ground and vomited blood. How could the dignity of gods be blasphemed by mortals? Again. Ning Chen stabilized himself and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the god of slaughter in front of him and said seriously. On the other side, the vermilion bird also suppressed her injuries. She condensed yuan on her sword, and her fighting spirit was stronger than before. Descendants of the phoenix and vermilion bird, you remind me of my old friends. To show my gratitude, I will show you what true divine power is. As soon as he finished speaking, a black air flow surged around the white-robed man. Although he was a god, endless evil yuan gathered. The terrifying aura stirred the clouds and the wind within 1,000 miles, and the entire deity's realm shook. After a moment, the white-robed man disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of the two. He waved his divine weapon, and a black light flashed across the sky. Vermilion bird. Ning Chen sent a message to the white-robed man. Stop him. Hearing this, the vermilion bird narrowed her eyes. Without much hesitation, she flashed and spread her wings. The power of the divine fire enhanced her sword power, and she shook the god with her sword. With an earth-shattering bang, the sky collapsed. Blood splashed all over the sky. The red figure flew out and crashed on the ground. The vermilion bird stood up and vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground in front of her red. At this moment, in the sky, in Ning Chen's hand, a dragon and a phoenix intertwined. A dazzling light flashed across the sky. The river of stars was dazzling, and a huge chasm suddenly appeared in the deity's realm. The shocking scene shocked everyone. The river of stars separated the sky and the earth, burying the god. In the void, the red-robed man was holding a hairpin in his blood-stained right hand. It looked like gold, but it was not gold, and it looked like jade, but it was not jade. A dragon and a phoenix coiled around it. Shi Wang hairpin. On the ground, the vermilion bird's eyes shrank. The fairy weapon that the Queen Mother of the West used to cut open the river of stars was in the hands of the phoenix. Chapter 685. A sudden change occurred in the battle between the gods. The immortal artifact buried the gods and the heavenly river shone brilliantly, splitting the void. The shocking scene was unbelievable. The heavenly river with flowing starlight was so beautiful, but it buried everything around it. In front of the heavenly river, blood kept dripping from Hong Yi's hand. Obviously, unsealing the immortal artifact by force had put a great burden on her. The vermilion bird took a step forward and flew up into the air. She stared at the heavenly river before her and asked in a heavy voice, "Is he dead?" "It's not that simple." Ning Chen's expression was solemn. After all, White Tiger was a god. Even if he wasn't as strong as Pluto, he wouldn't die so easily. West King Hairpin. "Phoenix, you've surprised me again." As he spoke, rays of white light gathered in the sky above the heavenly river and condensed again. The man in white looked at Phoenix in front of the heavenly river and didn't hide the murderous intent in his eyes. It seems that after hundreds of thousands of years, even gods aren't as strong as they used to be. Ning Chen looked at the man's bleeding left shoulder and said, "Time is always merciless." The man in white raised his hand and touched the wound. The blood stopped flowing and returned to normal. "Be careful. Although he's lost a lot of his power, he's not someone an ordinary corporeal realm expert can defeat." Ning Chen cautioned the man in front of him. "Understood." Zhu Ke nodded and replied seriously. In the sky above the heavenly river, the man in white slowly descended. He looked at the West King hairpin in the man's hand and said, "If the Queen Mother of the West came, I might be afraid. But you want to bury me in the heavenly river with just her hairpin? I can only say that you're too naive." "Maybe. But if it can injure a god, it means that the hairpin isn't completely useless," Ning Chen said coldly. "Your provocation has angered God." The white-robed man's expression turned cold. His feet trembled as he instantly rushed forward. The forbidden indulgence of infinite wasteland slashed across the 9 heavens. Ning Chen's figure flashed and rushed out of the battle. Immediately, blue frost appeared in his left hand and endless cold air surged out. With a bang, the wind and snow dissipated. The man in white rushed forward again and attacked continuously without leaving any gaps. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He moved strangely and turned into a stream of light. With the wind movement, he avoided the cold killing light. Seeing that the phoenix was in danger, the vermilion bird took a step forward and jumped into the battle. Divine flames rose from her sword as she slashed toward the deity. "Ignorant junior, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The white-clothed man snorted coldly. With a clang, he raised his hand and grabbed the sword edge. Soon after, he flipped his hand and imprinted a palm on the former's chest. A muffled groan sounded, and the corners of his mouth turned red. However, the vermilion bird didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. The tip of his sword was fearless as it pierced straight toward the deity's heart. Seeing this, the white-robed man's eyes became even colder. He raised his divine weapon and blocked the sword. Immediately after, he gathered the energy in his palm and slapped toward the former's head. At the moment of life and death, he was shocked to see the sword light falling from the sky. It was magnificent and breathtaking. "Not bad, huh?" The white-robed man turned his head and changed the direction of his palm, forcefully blocking the sword light that was descending from the sky. In the next moment, rumbling sounds resounded in the horizon. Endless sword light drowned the void. The vermilion bird took advantage of the opportunity to escape. She looked at the figure in the sword stream, her expression not relaxed at all. On the other side, the red-clothed man landed. He wasn't in a hurry to make another move. He looked ahead with vigilance in his eyes. If his intuition was right, the deity in front of him was more seriously injured after taking the attack of the hairpin of the West. He clearly felt that the latter's moves weren't as terrifying as before. In the void, the sword light dissipated, and the deity's figure appeared. Drops of blood dripped from his left hand, dyeing his white robe red. The invincible deity was showing signs of defeat for the first time since the battle started. In the god realm, the wind and clouds temporarily stopped. However, the god-slayer battle had reached a critical moment. The phoenix and the vermilion bird teamed up to fight the deity. The bright red spots were the marks of the deity's defeat. Dragon and phoenix sky burial. The opportunity couldn't be missed. Ning Chen used the four symbols god-sealing sword again. In an instant, a dragon and a phoenix coiled around him. A surge of unparalleled power rose. The roar of the dragon and the cry of the phoenix broke through the sky. The vermilion bird stepped into the sky. The divine fire around her was like a fire dragon descending to the mortal world. She used her strongest move at the same time. The two swords joined together. The dragon and the phoenix intertwined and collided with the deity in front of them. As the killing move approached, the white-clothed man's eyes flickered with coldness. He raised his hands to block the two swords. There was a loud explosion. The aftermath spread rapidly. The two of them were both sent flying. In the aftermath, the immovable deity didn't even take a step back. The vermilion bird was shocked. After a while, she came back to her senses. She looked at the phoenix not far away and said, "Can you still use the hairpin of the West?" "I can barely use it one more time," Ning Chen said solemnly. "Good. I'll trap him. Seize the opportunity to bury him in the heavenly river. Don't hesitate. I have a way to come back," the vermilion bird said seriously. Ning Chen's body trembled. He looked at the vermilion bird in disbelief. "Remember, don't hesitate. I can't trap him for long." The vermilion bird rushed forward. The divine fire on her body lit up the sky. She was like a moth flying into a flame. Fighting to the death. Naive. The white-clothed man snorted. A black aura overflowed from his body and blocked the sword. Vermilion flame devours the sky. At this moment, the divine fire around the vermilion bird burned brightly. Chains formed by the flames intertwined and formed an inescapable net that trapped the two of them. The white-clothed man's face darkened. He waved his divine weapon and tried to restrain the vermilion bird. However, it was too late. The vermilion bird appeared in the sky. Her right hand was covered in blood. It shone brightly and specks of starlight twinkled. It was extremely beautiful. In the next moment, the heavenly river descended. The shocking celestial artifact cut open the sky and the earth and drowned the two of them. Goodbye. In the rapidly falling heavenly river, the vermilion bird looked at the killing deity in front of her with a cold expression. Then, she disappeared into the void. Space magic. The white-clothed man was shocked. It turned out that the vermilion bird of this generation had grown to such an extent. In the void, Ning Chen looked at the dazzling heavenly river in front of him. There was no joy on his face. He stood quietly in the void, waiting for the person who should come back. After a while, the void rolled. A red light appeared and walked out. Innate magic? Ning Chen looked back and asked. The vermilion bird nodded and said, "I didn't want to use it in front of you. I didn't expect that I couldn't get what I wanted." It was impossible for him and the phoenix to become friends. This was fate. There would definitely be a battle in the future. The more trump cards he revealed now, the lower his chances of winning in the future. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the heavenly realm shook violently. Pieces of the void collapsed. The deities were buried in the heavenly river. The small world maintained by the power of the deities collapsed completely. Let's go. Ning Chen's face darkened. His figure flashed and he flew out quickly. The vermilion bird followed him. Suddenly, she staggered. Her injuries flared up and she vomited. Ning Chen's face darkened. He quickly turned back and flew out of the heavenly realm with the phoenix. In the collapsed heavenly realm, a large piece of the void fell. Ning Chen waved his sword to block it and rushed out with the injured vermilion bird. The two appeared on the peak of the Sword Mountain. Behind them, the black space collapsed and buried the entire heavenly realm. A huge altar appeared in front of them. On the altar, a guqin was laid out. It was stained with blood. The wood was damaged and 3 strings were broken. Beside the guqin, a black divine weapon was surging with murderous intent. It was also missing a corner. Its terrifying aura kept shaking, making people not dare to get too close. So the white tiger is already dead, the vermilion bird said in a deep voice. Ning Chen nodded gently. The guqin and divine weapon were obviously destroyed by a powerful force. According to this, the white tiger might have died because of serious injuries. It seemed that the deity they met before was the manifestation of the white tiger's resentment when he was alive. He couldn't die in peace and turned into a ghost after death. Who could seriously injure the white tiger and kill him? The vermilion bird frowned slightly. Was it him? Ning Chen thought of a person, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The 4 symbols deities in the inner world died in the hands of the Nether King, but it might not be the same in the outer world. Besides, if it was really the Nether King, the white tiger might not even have the chance to bury him in the void. This guqin and divine weapon are both extraordinary items. Even if they are damaged, they are not comparable to ordinary divine weapons. Choose one, Ning Chen said to the people beside him. The vermilion bird walked forward and glanced at the 2 divine weapons. In the battle just now, they had seen the power of the 2 divine weapons. They couldn't say which one was stronger. After a moment of consideration, the vermilion bird took the divine weapon beside the guqin and walked back. Ning Chen didn't say anything. He waved his hand and put away the guqin on the altar. Compared to the sword, he knew less about the guqin. However, it was only relative. Let's go, Ning Chen said. Okay. The vermilion bird nodded. The 2 of them moved and walked out of the god's relic. Just as they were about to leave the god's relic, Ning Chen stopped. He looked at the mountain of knives behind him and narrowed his eyes. The vermilion bird turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Ning Chen took 2 steps forward and shouted. The red light around him rose rapidly. The image of a phoenix appeared in the sky. It grew bigger and bigger until it covered the sky. The next moment, the phoenix opened its mouth and an endless suction force came out. Hundreds of millions of knives flew up from the mountain of knives and entered the phoenix's body. Seeing the huge mountain of knives disappear, the vermilion bird recovered from her shock. She looked at the person beside her and asked, "Was it necessary?" Ning Chen's expression didn't change. He said indifferently, "It's just a fee. I don't have the magical power of the Vermilion Bird clan like you. I have to earn everything by myself. Of course, I will take as much as I can." Ha! The Vermilion Bird smiled helplessly and didn't say anything more. She walked out of the god's relic. Ning Chen waved his hand to disperse the phoenix image and followed her. Outside the fog of the star field, the 2 of them walked out. They looked at each other and tacitly left. Their cooperation had ended when they left the god's relic. When they met again, whether they lived or died was up to fate. They didn't walk for long. Suddenly, grayish-black fog curled up in the distance. An extremely uncomfortable Yin Chi spread out and blocked the path ahead. Phoenix, it's really not easy to find you. Before he finished speaking, a figure covered in black fog appeared in the starry sky. His powerful aura covered the starlight in the sky. Chapter 686. The Nether Hall's general blocked the path. His powerful aura was far stronger than the Nether Hall's patrollers from before. His dense Yin Chi covered the sky. Ning Chen's expression sank when he saw who it was. He couldn't hide the killing intent in his eyes. It was someone from the Nether Hall again. Follow me back to the Nether Hall. Otherwise, die, said the Nether General coldly. Ning Chen waved his right hand, and a blood-colored divine weapon appeared in a dazzling flame. The moment he grasped the sword, he instantly killed. Without saying a word, the sword's edge pressed forward. It was an extreme sword with bone-chilling killing intent. The Nether General retreated, dodging the sword light. However, the sword light was like a thread that stuck to his bones. Not bad. No wonder the 13 emissaries of the Nether Hall died at your hands. The Nether General said coldly. Chains crisscrossed around him, blocking the incoming sword light. It's your turn next, said Ning Chen. The Star Soul sword in his hand went to the extreme, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks. He didn't defend at all. Although the sword in Knowing Destiny's hand was still sharp, his moves were obviously not as good as before. It would be difficult for him to enter the divine realm again in a short period of time. His blood-red hair returned to its original black color and danced in the sword light. The Nether General blocked the attacks. Light flashed through his eyes. Something didn't seem right. The Phoenix's situation was unusual. After exchanging dozens of blows, the Nether General became more and more confused. Why did the Phoenix seem even more anxious than him? Freezing the 9 provinces. The Vermilion Bird Nether General was puzzled. Yin Chi surged out of his body. Black snowflakes fell from the sky. Wherever the snowflakes fell, heaven and earth rapidly condensed. The Nether General's sword was suppressed and slowed down. The Vermilion Bird Nether General swatted his palm at the Phoenix. The sword and palm collided. Hong Yi retreated dozens of feet. Taking advantage of the momentum, she leapt into the distance without any hesitation. So that's how it is. The Vermilion Bird Nether General's eyes flashed. The Phoenix was already at the end of her rope. Unfortunately, you can't leave. The Vermilion Bird Nether General quickly chased after her. If the Phoenix was at her peak, she might be able to give her some trouble. But now, she was just struggling on the verge of death. The two figures flashed through the starry sky one after the other. They were extremely fast, like 2 meteors that disappeared in the blink of an eye. Up ahead, the Phoenix spread its wings and used what little Phoenix essence it had left to fly towards the north. 10,000 feet behind him, the Vermilion Bird Nether General followed closely behind. Grayish-black fog curled around his body, concealing his figure. Above the starry sky, the two of them flashed past one great star after another without stopping for even a moment. Their speed grew faster and faster, so fast that even their afterimages could no longer be seen. After traveling for an unknown period of time and passing by an unknown number of dead stars, a phoenix descended from the sky on a primordial great star that was burning with earthly flames and directly entered the flames. Seeing this, the Vermilion Bird Nether General stopped. He looked at the primitive world that was emitting waves of fire and frowned slightly. In the earth fire, Ning Chen was bathed in flames. Looking at the dimmed West King hairpin, he narrowed his eyes. Ever since the Western celestial world seized this item, it had finally recovered part of its power. He did not expect to waste this precious opportunity so soon. With a wave of his hand, Ning Chen put away the Western King hairpin and looked at the people from the Hall of the Underworld in the sky. A flash of brilliance flashed across his eyes. It seemed that the hall of the underworld also had someone like the heavenly diviner. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to find his whereabouts so quickly. Indeed, one wave after another. Before the matter of Mo Master was settled, the hall of the underworld came looking for trouble again. However, it was not a burden to have more troubles. This one did not make a difference. In the earth fire, the flames entered his body and recovered the energy that knowing destiny had expended in the previous battle. This time, he was finally on the Phoenix's side. In the sky, the vermilion bird Nether General released his divine consciousness to search for the former. Found it. Not long after, the vermilion bird Nether General's eyes flickered coldly. With a clench of his hand, Chi gathered and a nether spear appeared. Immediately, he threw it directly into the earth fire. With a loud boom, waves of fire surged into the sky. The earth fire spewed out hundreds of feet high and immediately fell down as a rain of fire. In the next moment, the vermilion bird Nether General's figure flashed and came to the bottom. When he saw the figure that appeared in the rain of fire, he could not help but stop. Sorry for making you wait so long. In the falling rain of fire, Red Shirt walked out and looked at the person in front of him. Not running anymore. The vermilion bird Nether General suppressed the inexplicable uneasiness in his heart and said lightly. Sorry, I was rude just now. Ning Chen replied calmly. His right hand shone and the astral soul in the flames below flew into his hand. Waves of fire surged violently and the aura was shocking. Then prepare to die. After saying that, the vermilion bird Nether General flashed and the nether spear appeared in his hand again, directly piercing towards Red Shirt's heart. With a bang, the tip of the sword shook the nether spear. The waves of fire and Chi scattered and were rapidly consumed. The two completely different auras were constantly consumed as the two clashed. Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang, Extreme Evil and Extreme Righteous, met at the peak. The situation of the battle was completely different. One astral soul was enough to stop 10,000 enemies. Phoenix Nirvana, rebirth from fire. Seems like the rumors are true. Sensing the former's continuous recovery, the vermilion bird Nether General waved his spear and shook off the battle. It's not too late to know now. Ning Chen took a step forward and rushed forward. His sword drew thousands of waves of fire and slashed over. The sword broke through the sky and became heavier and heavier. Its might was earth-shaking. The phoenix rebirth from fire's aura became more and more vigorous. It had the power to burn the sky and boil the sea, forming a terrifying apocalyptic aura. The entire world was filled with flames without any gap. The great planet that was still in its primitive stage was filled with fire. It became the most suitable place for the phoenix to fight. Endless waves of fire drowned the world. The vermilion bird Nether General's expression turned serious. He took a step forward and dodged the incoming sword. Then, he threw out the nether spear in his hand and rushed towards the former. Sword style, space break. Ning Chen took a step forward and slashed with his sword. Flames surged and split the void, swallowing the nether spear. 9 suns burning the heavens. After one move, the 9 suns on the astral soul sword soared into the sky, illuminating the horizon. It continued to absorb fire essence from the sea of fire, its might becoming more and more shocking. When the vermilion bird Nether General saw this, the fog around him surged and iron chains extended out. Boundless coldness surged and rushed towards the horizon. An instant later, the 9 suns fell from the sky and crashed into the iron chains like an inescapable net. A terrifying heatwave swept out. The aftermath descended and the ground shook. The vermilion bird Nether General's figure flashed and instantly rushed forward. He flipped his palm and grabbed the former's throat. His slender white hand was bone-chilling. With a clang, a white rainbow appeared. While blocking the former, the sword twisted and wrapped around the latter's arm. Azure Dragon Fall. The moment the sword trapped the vermilion bird Nether General, the two of them roared in the sky. The coiling azure dragon phantom carried the two of them straight into the 9 heavens and fell straight down. With a loud explosion, waves of fire surged. The two of them smashed through layers of mountains and fell directly into the magma below. Under the ground, the astonishing temperature rapidly burned the fog around the Nether General. A smear of vermilion splashed and was quickly incinerated by the high temperature. The vermilion bird Nether General let out a muffled groan. The unfavorable terrain finally caused trouble. The iron chains swept out and separated the battle. The vermilion bird Nether General took a step and wanted to break free from the flames and return to the sky. However, the white rainbow sword was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. It twisted into an unimaginable angle and blocked his path. In the domain of flames, the phoenix is the ruler. You have no chance of winning. Ning Chen took a step forward. The sword light around him surged with waves of fire. The shocking sword aura swept up tens of thousands of waves and drowned everything within 1,000 miles in a sea of fire. The sudden turn of the battle had given the vermilion bird Nether General an absolute advantage. Now, he was being suppressed everywhere. The vermilion bird Nether General was shocked. The yin qi around him was incinerated by the flames and became weaker and weaker. 100 suns returned to the east. The Sun Sutra was activated again. The 100 suns sealed the sky and crisscrossed with each other, leaving no way out. The vermilion bird Nether General looked at the 100 divine suns in the sky and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. With a wave of his hand, the yin qi around him revolved continuously and turned into a black underworld sparrow that soared into the sky. The 100 suns shook the underworld sparrow and rumbled through the universe. The power of the 100 suns was endless and sealed the path forward. The underworld sparrow couldn't move forward. With a bang, the underworld sparrow scattered and was incinerated in the sea of fire. Not a trace of it was left behind. The vermilion bird Nether General groaned and vomited blood again. The terrain was absolutely unfavorable. Lava was everywhere, making it difficult to move. The increasingly dangerous battle situation made the vermilion bird Nether General, one of the 4 Nether Generals, even more anxious. Every time the yin qi around him was consumed, his nether essence would weaken. The vermilion bird Nether General soared into the sky again. He wanted to rush out of this extremely disadvantageous place at all costs. However, the phoenix that was moving at extreme speed in the flames didn't budge. His sword aura became sharper and sharper. Every sword was a killing move, and every move was a gamble. The accumulated injuries became more and more severe. A pool of blood splashed out. The blood flames in the flames burned like a red lotus. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. A sword pierced through the vermilion bird Nether General's body. Blood spurted out. Ning Chen let go of the sword and pressed his palm on the vermilion bird Nether General's chest. Ah! Inside the yin qi, the vermilion bird Nether General's aura shook violently, showing signs of instability. Vaguely, a pale and beautiful face appeared in front of him. A moment later, the yin qi covered the face again, making it difficult to distinguish. A woman? Ning Chen squinted his eyes. The sword in his hand didn't show any mercy because of the woman's identity. The moment he grabbed the sword, he pulled it out and pierced through the vermilion bird Nether General's body again. The blood-stained earth fire was filled with desolation. The cold knowing destiny already didn't know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. His hands were covered in blood, and even the flames couldn't cleanse them. The vermilion bird Nether General groaned in pain and vomited blood again. Her body was severely injured, and her true essence couldn't be sustained for a while. Ning Chen's hand quickly formed seals and sealed the vermilion bird Nether General's body. The yellow spring seal locked the vermilion bird Nether General's Dantian Sea of Qi. It's really unfortunate that you're still alive. Ning Chen waved his hand, and a green cauldron appeared, sealing the woman inside. Soon after, the phoenix swallowed the green cauldron and walked away. After all these years, he had almost forgotten that he was once the Grand Xia's Grand Preceptor, the executioner in charge of all prisons. The flames rose, sending off the fire god. The phoenix spread its wings and disappeared into the horizon. Not long after the two left, black fog gathered above the sea of flames. A powerful figure walked out. When he saw the mess after the battle, his eyes darkened. Oh no! The Vermilion Bird Nether General was actually defeated by this person. The fire god had already grown to such an extent. Chapter 687. The pleasure boat floated in the Mi River. As the wind blew, the willows on the shore swayed, and the fallen leaves fell into the river, creating ripples. After Ji Ming left, the Mi River became much quieter. Other than a little girl watering the divine tree with a wooden bucket when the sun rose, it was rare to see anyone else. When the sun was about to set, a red light gathered on the surface of the lake, and a red-clothed figure walked out. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, and a look of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Where did this girl run off to? On the riverside, the divine tree sealed in the forbidden land of the underworld became more and more vigorous. Although the little girl was playful, she didn't forget about her business. She would water the divine water of the jade pool on time every day. In the west, the afterglow of the sun gradually disappeared, and night was about to arrive. The little girl, who had been playing all day, came back, and flew to the pleasure boat. As soon as she stepped on the boat, a familiar aura came, and the smile on Er's face froze. In the pleasure boat, the red-clothed figure sat quietly in front of a table, carefully repairing the zither he had obtained from the god's relic. When he sensed the little girl coming back, he said calmly, "You're back early." Opened the curtain and walked in. Seeing the figure who had returned, a bright smile appeared on her face. She said, "You're back. Are you thirsty? I'll pour you some tea." After speaking, the little girl quickly walked to the tea table, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to the former in a fawning manner. Ning Chen took the tea and drank it, then put the cup down and asked, "How's your sword practice?" "It's okay." Er's confidence was lacking. "Show me tomorrow," Ning Chen said. "Oh." Replied softly. When she saw the zither on the table, her attention was immediately diverted. She asked, "Where did you get this?" "I got it from the god's relic. It's a little damaged, and I'm repairing it," Ning Chen replied softly. "You know how to play the zither?" Looked at him strangely. "I know a little." Ning Chen replied. He wasn't as proficient in the zither as in the sword, but he wasn't completely ignorant. "Teach me," said with interest. "Don't bite off more than you can chew. Practice your sword first." Ning Chen raised his hand and knocked the little girl's head. "It hurts." Covered her little head and said unhappily. "Hurry up and rest. If you can't sleep, then cultivate," said Ning Chen as he repaired the zither. When she heard the word cultivate, immediately ran to the front of the bed dejectedly, took off the accessories on her head, and prepared to rest. Ning Chen thought for a moment and took out the Shi Wang hairpin. He handed it to the little girl and said, "I'll return the hairpin to you." Took the golden hairpin and looked at it over and over again. She raised her head and looked at the former, asking, "Can this thing still be used?" Ning Chen nodded and said, "It's possible, but every time you use it, you'll need a long time to recover your strength. Practice your sword well. These external objects have too many limitations, and they're hard to rely on in critical moments." "Oh." Nodded. She pulled the blanket over her and laid down. She poked her head out and looked at the person in front of her. "Can I ask you for a favor?" "Go ahead," Ning Chen replied. "You know that big sister who has been secretly watching me practice the sword, right? Can I bring her along to learn martial arts?" Er's little face was filled with anticipation. Up to you. Ning Chen did not mind and said, her aptitude is not bad, but everyone has their own life. It's not necessarily suitable for her to walk the path of martial arts. If she really wants to learn, you can teach her. You're not the one teaching. Pouted. I can't even manage you, how can I have the energy to teach others? Ning Chen said unhappily. Hee. Hearing this, smiled embarrassedly. She did not dare to say anything more and closed her eyes to sleep. Ning Chen also collected his thoughts and focused on repairing the zither in his hands. This zither was called King of Hell. He had never heard of it before. After all, he had not been in the sky beyond heaven for long, and he had only just come into contact with many legends. The four symbols deities had been passed down from generation to generation, from the immemorial age to the ancient age. During this period, the King of Hell created the world changed drastically, and the immortal world collapsed. As time passed, it was gradually difficult to recover the truth. After the ancient age, there were almost no deities in the world. Even the vermilion bird, phoenix, and azure dragon bloodlines, which were at the peak, found it difficult to return to the glory of the immemorial age. No one knew how powerful the phoenix and the four symbols deities that were born from the chaos at the beginning of the world were. They did not know if they could reach the level of the Lord of Seven Absolute Skies. The only thing that was certain was that the King of Hell created the inner world, and the four symbols deities that were born at the beginning of the inner world were so weak that they could not withstand a single blow from the King of Hell. The existence of the King of Hell was beyond understanding. The word deity on him was so terrifying that it was almost a symbol of absolute invincibility. On the table, the flickering candlelight was almost half burned. The gaps on the zither had been temporarily repaired by metal and stone. However, it was difficult to find a replacement for the 3 broken strings. The zither was stained with the white tiger's blood, and one could still feel the powerful killing aura. The white tiger, who specialized in killing, had always been the one with the heaviest killing intent among the four symbols deities. If not for the white tiger's death and the fact that the resentment incarnation had lived for so long, it would have been difficult for them to escape unscathed. The phoenix fire spread and swallowed the blood on the zither bit by bit. A moment later, there was a flash of light and the zither disappeared. Compared to the zither, he was more concerned about the white tiger's blood remaining on the zither. Perhaps the opportunity to step into the celestial realm was here. Ning Chen got up and walked out of the boat. The Mi River at night was calm. The cold moon shone down on the ground, causing the beautiful lake to appear even more desolate in the night. The phoenix fire rose. In the dazzling red light, the essence blood of the azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger flew out and circled around. Among the 4 drops of essence blood, the white tiger's blood was the dimmest. It was unable to reach a balance with the other 3 drops of essence blood. After a few breaths of time, Ning Chen waved his hand and withdrew the light around him. The divine blood returned and merged back into his body. The lake rippled. The next moment, Hongyi disappeared from the boat. No one knew where she went. In the 100,000 great mountains, the rugged rocks were far away from the Mishui River. Hongyi appeared and walked into the depths of the mountains. Ning Chen stopped in front of a cliff. He waved his hand and threw out the general of the Hall of the Dead in his hand. Immediately, a rusty battle spear appeared and nailed the woman to the cliff. Ugh! The vermilion bird nether general groaned. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth and chest, dyeing her battle clothes red. Ning Chen's figure flashed and stepped forward. He looked at the woman nailed to the cliff and said, "Miss, can you tell me how you knew my whereabouts?" The vermilion bird nether general endured the pain from her wound. She gritted her teeth and refused to say a word. "Actually, you don't have to be so stubborn. Once you fall into my hands, you won't be able to hold on. If you tell me now, you can suffer less," Ning Chen said calmly. There was not much threat in his words. It was as if he was just stating a fact. He did not know many ways to kill people. However, he knew many ways to make people wish they were dead. As someone who had once controlled the world's punishment prisons, he did not care about staining his hands with more blood. Phoenix, don't even think about getting a word out of me. The Hall of the Dead will quickly send more people. You have nowhere to run, said the vermilion bird nether general hatefully. Perhaps. However, you might not have the chance to see it. I'm sorry, but I don't have much time. Let's start now. Ning Chen said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, a dagger that emitted a bone-chilling cold light appeared. It was extremely cold and dazzling. In the next moment, a miserable cry rang out from the 100,000 great mountains. It was so ear-piercing that it made people's hair stand on end. The bloody, cruel, and cold side was covered by the verdant mountains and rivers. Only the shrill cries of agony resounded in the forest, shaking the entire mountains and rivers. That night was cold, terrifying, and long. When the sun rose, Hong Yi walked out of the 100,000 great mountains. The smell of blood on her body was so thick that it made it hard for people to breathe. There was not a trace of warmth in her emotionless eyes. Perhaps Xi Ming had once been kind, but after experiencing so many calamities, his heart had long since turned cold. Hong Yi squatted on the riverbank and washed away the blood on her hands. The vermilion red spread along the river. It was so beautiful. A little girl walked out of the boat, rubbing her eyes. Looking at the figure on the riverbank, she took a step and flew over. You're awake. Ning Chen stood up and looked at the little girl who was walking over. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he spoke. Yes. Yin nodded. She looked at the faintly discernible red in the river and asked, Are you injured? No. Ning Chen shook his head. I just went to take care of a small matter. Children shouldn't ask so much. It's time to practice the sword. Go prepare. Yin Er's expression immediately became bitter. She rolled her eyes and said, I'll go call Sister Lingji first. Without waiting for Ning Chen's reply, she took a step and ran off into the distance. Ning Chen gently shook his head. This girl. About an hour later, Yin Er brought over a plainly dressed girl. They were similar in age, but she was much quieter than the little girl. Lingji greets Mr. The girl bowed a little cautiously. Ning Chen nodded. He looked at the little girl and said, All right, you've invited her. It's time to practice the sword. Yin Er giggled. She walked to the riverbank and took out her vermilion sword. Her little face finally became serious. The rising red light was unusually dazzling in the morning sun. An immature sword light slowly rose. In an instant, it pierced through the air. Instantly, the river separated, reaching 100 feet away. In a short moment, the river fell back down. The waves rolled and gradually returned to normal. Ning Chen's eyes flashed. Not bad, this girl's aptitude and comprehension were really shocking. After one strike, Yin Er turned around and looked at Ning Chen expectantly and nervously, waiting for his evaluation. Good. Ning Chen's face revealed a gentle smile as he praised. Yin was overjoyed when she heard that. Her little face was like a blooming flower. All right, you two can practice the sword together for the rest of the time. Ning Chen glanced at the girl not far away. He didn't say anything else. He took a step and flew to the boat in the lake. The girl looked at the departing red-clothed figure with admiration in her eyes. She softly said, Mr. Ning is really a gentle and kind person. Of course. Yin Er smiled and nodded in agreement. Chapter 688. By the riverside, two little girls were practicing their swords. They were at the age of blooming flowers, beautiful and carefree. Ning Chen stood on the boat and looked at the riverside. His eyes sparkled. When he was at Yin Er's age, he had just entered the palace. Back then, Great Xia was at its peak and invincible. At that time, Zhang Sun was the mother of the country and Qin Ning was in her prime. Ever since he entered the palace, she had beaten him a lot. At that time, Fan Lingyue had just started to shine. Great Xia, which had been invincible for 1,000 years, fell from its peak in a single night, being suppressed by a girl until it couldn't breathe. This was the most stunning woman of this era, almost overshadowing everyone else's brilliance. If she did not have the 7 extremities physique, if she could hold on for another half a year, if, there was no such thing as if, in this world. However, there was no need to doubt the beauty of that woman. That night in Moonfall City, the scene of 3 tribulations in the same sky was still vivid in their minds. Fan Lingyue was the only person in the world who had survived 3 tribulations in a row. Perhaps it was because he was too perfect that even the heavens were jealous of him. That was why he couldn't live past the age of 22, which was the beginning of a person's glorious life. Time passed so quickly, and it was as if everything was still in front of him. A cool breeze blew across the surface of the lake. A fallen leaf drifted over from afar and fell into the lake, never to return. On the riverside, the young lady followed Yin as she learned the sword. She was extremely serious. Perhaps it was because it wasn't easy to obtain, so she treasured it even more. Ning Chen saw this but didn't say anything. This little girl named Ling Ji was indeed not bad, but he wouldn't take any more disciples. Sister Lingji, it seems like Ning Chen really doesn't want to take in disciples anymore. Yin glanced at the figure standing quietly in front of the boat in the lake. An apologetic look flashed across her face as she spoke softly. Even she could tell that Sister Lingji was a very suitable person to learn martial arts. It was impossible for Ning Chen to not know this. However, Ning Chen had not said a single word to her, much less taught her a single move. His intentions were self-evident. It's the Lingji that doesn't have such good fortune. A hint of sadness flashed through the girl's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Big Sister Lingji, you don't have to be discouraged. Ning Chen is so powerful because he cultivated on his own. Other than the occasional guidance from a few elders, he relied on his own hard work the rest of the time. Compared to him, at least Big Sister Lingji's talent is much better, Yin consoled her. The young girl gently nodded and withdrew her thoughts. She smiled at the little girl in front of her and said, I will do my best. On the pleasure boat in the middle of the lake, Ning Chen looked at the two of them with a look of approval in his eyes. The path of cultivation ultimately depended on oneself. These 2 children were very talented. As long as they were willing to work hard, their futures would be limitless. Compared to Yin this little girl named Lingji was clearly more hardworking. Perhaps one day, she would also become an incredible expert. From the beginning of the day to the middle of the day, more than 4 hours had passed. By the riverside, Yin wiped the sweat off her small face. She looked at the figure on the pleasure boat in the middle of the lake and shouted, I'm going to eat. After saying that, Yin pulled the girl beside her and ran off into the distance. Ning Chen withdrew his gaze as he watched the 2 figures disappear into the distance. He then turned around and walked into the boat. In the Grand Myriad Mountains thousands of miles away, on a precipice, blood dyed the precipice red. A broken spear pierced through the woman's body and nailed her to the precipice. Drops of blood flowed down the broken spear, and it was extremely miserable. Her beautiful and stunning face was now covered in blood and sweat. There was no longer a trace of her former elegance. There was not a single part of her broken armor that was intact. After experiencing torture, the Hall of the Dead General was already on the verge of death. As the head of the Grand Preceptor who was in charge of all the prisons in the world, Ji Ming's hands had long been stained with the blood of countless people. He had tender feelings for the fairer sex. Perhaps he had already forgotten. At the bottom of the precipice, the sound of blood dripping was almost undetectable, yet it was so clear. Exposed to the wind and sun, the vermilion bird general's lips began to crack. His cultivation was sealed, and he was heavily injured. Even if he was a treading deity, he would not be able to hold on much longer. Between the woman's brows, the vermilion phoenix mark emitted bits of red light, continuously extending the woman's life force and not letting her die. This was the cruelest punishment in the world. She could neither live nor die. Without the strength to speak, to cry out in pain, and to hate, the vermilion bird general gradually withered under the wind and sun. Bit by bit, he experienced the fear of death as his life force left his body. Vermilion bird. At this moment, a black gas surged 100 zhang away from the precipice. A figure covered in black gas walked out. Looking at the woman nailed to the precipice, his eyes trembled violently. Stepping forward, the Azure Dragon General reached out his hand to grab the broken spear. "Be careful." Seeing this, the Vermilion Bird General endured his injuries and warned. However, his warning was too late. The moment the Azure Dragon General touched the broken spear, the world suddenly froze. An unparalleled sword intent rose. Sand and stones were used as swords. Grass and trees were used as swords. Everything in the world was used as swords. A shocking sword might charged towards the Azure Dragon General. The Azure Dragon General trembled and quickly retreated to avoid the sword light. At the same time, on the pleasure boat at the center of the lake, Ning Chen sensed something and a strange look flashed through his eyes. "It's finally here." In the next moment, Red Clothes stepped out from the pleasure boat and disappeared in an instant. In the distance, sensed something and turned around with a puzzled expression. "Practice your sword well. I'll be back soon." Before she finished her sentence, Red Clothes had already disappeared into the distance. In the depths of the 100,000 mountains, in front of the precipice, the yellow spring was sealed. Formation runes rose in all directions. Within the restriction, sword light rose. The surging sword intent rushed towards the intruder like a flood. The Azure Dragon General retreated quickly. However, the restriction blocked his way and sealed all directions. There was no way to retreat. The sword light was boundless, and the murderous intent was pressing. Seeing that there was no way to retreat, the Azure Dragon General gathered his energy and turned his palm to block the sword light. The rumbling sound reverberated throughout the 100,000 mountains. In the sky, a Tai Chi formation rose. Two colors swirled. The yellow spring sealed the space. With the help of yin and yang, the regal sword formation appeared again. The red sword light crisscrossed without a beginning or end. The terrifying might turned the area 10 miles in front of the precipice into a forbidden area. The collapsed mountain sank a few hundred zhang. Giant rocks flew up and turned into dust in the sword light. The regal sword formation's power was shocking. Even the leader of the 4 great underworld generals, Azure Dragon, was unable to cope with it. Wherever the sword light passed, black hair would flutter. The unpredictable sword light came from nowhere and no one knew where it would end. Only the murderous intent in its eyes could drive people crazy. Outside the formation, Red Clothes had appeared. Looking at the hall of the dead general trapped in the sword formation, her gaze was cold. Ning Chen stepped forward. Just as he was about to enter the formation, his body suddenly shook. At this moment, footsteps sounded from afar. They were neither fast nor slow, but each step was stepping on the heart of the former. The next moment, 2 figures appeared one after another. The one in front was dressed in green. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His long black hair danced in the wind. He had the demeanor of a master. Behind the man was a girl with a sword on her back. She was still the same as 30 years ago. Her pretty face had not changed at all. It was as if time could not bear to hurt this pure and flawless girl. Seeing the two of them, Ning Chen could not hide the shock in his eyes. From the corner of his eyes, he noticed the miserable scene of torture on the cliff. Immediately, his figure flashed and blocked the bloody scene in front of the cliff. He did not want the girl to see this cruel side. In front of the regal sword formation, the two of them stopped. Prince Yen looked at the crisscrossing swordlight in front of him and stood there silently. In the sword formation, Azure Dragon felt the terrifying sword pressure of the formation. He looked over and was shocked. Slash! In the split second that he was distracted, the sword light cut through his clothes and brought a waterfall of blood, dyeing his armor red. The formation is not bad, Prince Yen said calmly. Immediately, he stepped into the sword formation. A moment later, a shocking scene occurred. Wherever the green clothes passed, the sword light dissipated. They could not get close to him at all. Ning Chen saw this and sighed in his heart. In terms of swordsmanship, he was still too far behind his senior. In the sword formation, Prince Yen walked step by step to Azure Dragon. He raised his hand and dispersed the crisscrossing sword light. He said calmly, "Take her away." Outside the formation, Ning Chen was anxious. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the girl's voice. "Let's listen to Senior." A man walked to the former's side and said softly. Ning Chen heard this and sighed softly in his heart. Then, he nodded with a gentle smile on his face. "Okay." Inside the sword formation, the Azure Dragon Nether General broke free and arrived before the woman on the cliff. He extended his hand and pulled out the broken spear. When he turned his head to look at the azure-robed man standing not far away, fear flashed in his eyes. Not daring to delay any longer, Azure Dragon retracted his gaze. He stepped forward and leaped into the distance. "Let's go." Prince Yen looked at the red-clothed young man in front of the cliff and said calmly. Ning Chen nodded. Regret flashed through his eyes. What a pity. It's not a pity. A man seemed to know what the person beside her was thinking. She said softly, "It's not good to kill people." "I didn't kill anyone." Ning Chen came back to his senses and smiled gently. "They came looking for trouble. I just wanted them to suffer a little." "It's not good to kill people." A man said again. Ning Chen was startled. Then, he sighed softly and said, "I'll be careful next time. A man can see the karma on you. The more you kill, the more disadvantageous it will be for your future cultivation." Prince Yen said calmly. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he said softly, "I understand." By the riverside, the sun was about to set. Sat by the riverside in a daze, bored, waiting for a certain someone to return. If you don't practice your sword properly, master will be angry." The girl looked at the little girl by the riverside and said softly. Before she finished speaking, 3 figures walked over from the distance, 1 in front and 2 behind. The 2 little girls by the riverside were shocked. That is, recognized the green-clothed figure at the front. When she saw the girl beside Ning Chen, she was first stunned. Then, she quickly recovered and said in shock, "Little mistress." When the girl heard this, she was puzzled. She followed Er's line of sight, and her eyes also revealed a look of surprise. "Little mistress is here. Hurry up and welcome her." Jumped up from the ground and ran over. The girl was still confused, but she quickly followed. "Greetings, senior." Ran over to the 3 of them. She first bowed to the green-clothed man at the front, and then she ran over to the woman by Ning Chen's side. A brilliant smile appeared on her face as she said, "Little master's wife, Chapter 689. In front of the river, bowed to Prince Yen and then ignored a certain person. She ran to the girl beside her and said, "Little teacher's wife, A warm smile appeared on Wild's face as he looked at the little girl in front of him. He patted her head and softly said, "Good girl." Not far away, Lingji stood there cautiously. She didn't dare get too close. Yin ran back to the girl and pulled her to the front. "Little teacher's wife, this is big sister Lingji. She's learning the sword with me." Ah Man looked at the girl, still smiling. "Her talent is better than Ning Chen's. Little teacher's wife, Ning Chen won't accept a disciple. Can you accept big sister Lingji?" Yin pulled on her arm. "All right." Man replied, and then he gazed at the young lady and said, "Can I teach you?" Lingji was startled and subconsciously looked at Yin. "Hurry up and agree. Little teacher's wife is very powerful." Yin reminded her. "Okay." Lingji came back to her senses and nervously replied. "Ah Man, take these two children and leave first. I have some things to discuss with Ning Chen," said Prince Yen calmly. "Yes." Ah Man nodded and put down the sword rack. Then she looked at the two girls beside her and said, "Yin, Lingji, come with me." "Okay." Yin pulled Lingji and happily followed. After the three of them left, Prince Yen walked to the sword rack and waved his hand. A mottled and broken stone sword flew out. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent surged. The immortal slaying sword had reappeared in the world. It was the immortal slaying sword that had blocked the heavenly mansion's army. Ning Chen looked at the immortal sword stuck in the ground, and his eyes flashed. He said, "Thank you, senior." "Pick it up," said Prince Yen calmly. Ning Chen's expression was startled when he heard this. Soon after, his expression slowly became solemn. This day had finally arrived. The green sword reflected the setting sun and instantly turned to ice on the river. The King of Swords had once again raised his sword. Ah Man brought the two girls away from the battle, leaving some space for the two of them. "Little teacher's wife, what are they doing?" Yin looked at the frozen surface of the lake and said with a shocked expression on her face. "Senior is about to leave and might not return for a long time. Before leaving, he wants to test whether or not Ning Chen's sword has the ability to protect him," said Wild softly. In the Mi River, the swordsman flashed by. His green robe was calm, while his red robe was dignified. They were both at the pinnacle of the sword. One was invincible, while the other was an enemy of the entire world. Different swords on the road. 30 years, the wind and rain would be known. Demonic chi swirled around the celestial sword. Even though the blade was damaged, the power of the celestial sword was not something that ordinary divine weapons could match. With the immortal sword in hand, Ning Chen's true energy surged. Without any hesitation, he borrowed the power of the four symbols deity's essence blood to catalyze the phoenix's ancestral awakening ability. His black hair turned red. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, looking exceptionally dazzling. Seeing the young man grow from a weak youth, Prince Yen couldn't help but sigh. Among the youths of the same generation, the junior in front of him had undoubtedly shouldered too much. To be honest, he really hadn't thought that the young man back then could grow to such a level. His talent was ordinary, and his luck was ordinary. No matter how one looked at it, he couldn't be considered a martial arts genius. However, he had a tenacious and unyielding personality, and he also had the courage to bear everything. He had always thought that this junior's perseverance had deviated from the foundation of martial arts. However, after seeing the latter's desperate efforts to move forward over the years, he also wanted to see just how far the young man in front of him could go on this path. If he wasn't the strongest, perhaps everything couldn't be decided. It was the same for reviving the dead. "Come, use everything you've learned to prove to me that you didn't go the wrong way," Prince Yen said seriously. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and shouted softly. The phoenix essence around him soared into the sky. His wildly dancing red hair fluttered in the wind. Wave after wave of terrifying chi spread out. In the blink of an eye, the immortal slaying battle began. The only sword that was qualified to be used by the immortal slaying realm began to display its shocking power. The crisscrossing sword light that filled the sky exploded with a terrifying pressure. On the Mi River, huge waves surged into the sky, reaching hundreds of feet high. With a bang, the two swords clashed. Frost chi surged from the green sword. The huge waves in the sky above the Mi River were frozen, forming wave after wave mountains. After a moment, the sword light overflowed. The frozen huge waves disintegrated and scattered into the sky. The sound of the sword reflected the setting sun. Putting aside all other thoughts, this was the first time a knowing destiny state cultivator was able to fully concentrate. There was no more burden or protection. Only the sword was dazzling. Break the sky. The fairy sword broke the sky and the sky collapsed. The shocking sword power whistled in the sky. So there was such a sword on the sword. So the sword of the knowing destiny state was not just a killing weapon. Sword breath is clear and upright. You didn't disappoint me. Prince Yen waved his sword and slashed the sword mist. His figure flashed and he instantly appeared in front of Ningchen. The two swords clashed. Heaven and earth tilted and the sky rumbled. This was the sound of the sword on the top of the sword. It proved the heart, the self, the sword, and the way. The sun set in the west. The last ray of light disappeared. Night was coming. The cold wind blew. The sonorous sound of the sword danced in the wind. There was no mercy. Because there was no mercy in the future. 30 years of watching, learning, and using the sword. He earned the name of sword fanaticism. Maybe one day, there would be an end to the sword. Then, before the end of the road, there would be no regrets. Hearing the sound of the former sword, Prince Yan's eyes became heavier and heavier. The sword in his hand became sharper and sharper. The green light froze thousands of miles. The 100 suns returned to the east. In the world of ice and snow, Ning Chen put his left hand together and stroked the sword. Suddenly, the 100 suns rose into the sky and lit up the night. This was a battle of the top of the sword. Wherever the sword light passed, the sun fell. At the top of the 9 heavens, the sound of chains swaying was the flow of the sword. The fairy slaying sword was not the sword of the human world. The king's sword was also extraordinary. The sword light constantly crisscrossed. The sword power was as deep as the abyss and as fast as lightning. A battle between the fairy weapon and the king's sword. It was the heart of the sword, the way of the sword, and the reflection of one's life with no regrets. The clear sound of the sword entered one's ears. Prince Yen waved his hand and the red sword flew out. The dazzling light broke through the sky and slashed towards the fairy slaying sword. With a bang, the sea of fire surged. The aftershock dispersed. The red robe was dyed red. The bloody hand was still clenched tightly, unwilling to let go. If you don't let go, you will be tired for the rest of your life. Is it worth it? Prince Yen said. The two swords intersected, creating a dazzling rainbow. It broke through the clouds and roared with thunder. It is worth it. Ning Chen replied. The tip of his sword met the attack. He had no regrets. Maybe, it was never worth it. It was only willing or not. The shocking sword technique gradually became white-hot. Although Ning Chen's sword power was swift and fierce, the king's sword suppressed the enemy first. It had lost its advantage. For symbols seal the gods, heavenly dragon shock. The situation was not good. The fairy-slaying sword in Ning Chen's hand shone brightly. The azure dragon roared and coiled around his body. The sword of the divine realm appeared. Borrowing the power of the sword, the azure dragon roared. The void kept collapsing. It was the shock of the extreme power of the sword. In the next moment, the azure dragon swept past and attacked the king. The sword technique that he had never seen before was better than the master. A strange look flashed through Prince Yan's eyes. The red sword went against the sky and slashed towards the azure dragon. With a loud explosion, the sword waves whistled. Wave after wave of aftershock swept out, sinking 1,000 miles. Dragon Phoenix Sky Burial. In the aftershock, the red-robed figure flashed. 2 sword lights broke through the sky. The dragon and the phoenix intersected and blocked the retreat. There was no flaw. Sword sound, flying swan. Prince Yen waved his sword. The sword edge shook the void. Waves of sword waves spread out and instantly destroyed the sword lights. With a groan, Ning Chen took half a step back. His sword power did not stop. He took a step and jumped into the sky. Thousands of swords soared into the sky. The magnificent sword lights covered the cold moon. Nirvana. The end of the sword reappeared. It was the only sword in the world. It surpassed the past and shocked the world. In the void that kept shaking, sword lights soared into the sky. They were endless. It was as if a heavenly tribulation had descended and shocked the entire world. The sword will broke through the limit. The heart of the sword became clear. The sword that broke through the sky went to the peak of the sword world. Seeing the shocking sword light falling from the sky, Prince Yen waved his left hand. The sword rack on the ground shook and the sand sword flew out. It was a technique that had never been seen before. It was the junior that he was most worried about. With a thought, the reincarnation of all things. The sword that appeared for the first time in the world turned into a huge sword vortex. The wind and sand turned into the sharpest sword in the world. It annihilated everything in the storm. The 2 extremes collided. Time passed. Pieces of collapsed space spread out. 100 miles, 1,000 miles, only endless nothingness was left. In the aftershock, blood dripped from the red-robed figure's arm and dyed the celestial sword red. Drip. A drop of blood fell from the sky and landed in the lake. The result of the sword was clear. However, the moment the sword was defeated, it still felt melancholy. The 3 swords returned to the scabbard. The space returned to normal. The ice in the Mi River dissipated and waves appeared again. Prince Yen walked down from the void and looked at the waves in the lake. He said calmly, "I will leave soon. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself." "Okay." Ning Chen nodded silently and replied. "The fairy-slaying sword is not a sword of the human world. The evil aura on the sword is too strong. If you use it frequently, it will put a huge burden on your body. So, don't use it unless you have no other choice," Prince Yen said seriously. "I will remember," Ning Chen replied again. Prince Yen stopped and looked at the young man in front of him. He couldn't bear to see him like this. He asked, "Where did the 2 people today come from?" "The Hall of the Dead," Ning Chen said honestly. Prince Yen nodded and said, "Did you find out where they are?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "In a dangerous place in the spirit void starfield." Hearing this, Prince Yen nodded again and said calmly, "I will solve this problem for you. However, this is the only time. Ning Chen, I will not persuade you to give up your burden. This path is your own choice. I don't know how far you can go. However, your growth has already far exceeded my expectations. I hope that in the future, you can prove that what I said back then was wrong." Ning Chen gently nodded as he memorized every word the man before him said. In the distance, a man looked at the 2. A faint sadness flashed through her clear eyes. Were they going to part in the end? Chapter 690. The battle between the immortal sword and the king's sword had come to an end. The undefeated legend was still unrivaled in the sword. Life-knowing cultivators were strong. After 30 years of countless life and death battles, whether it was battle experience or cultivation in the sword, they far surpassed everyone in their generation. Immortal slaying was also strong. It was the head of the 4 great immortal swords and had killed a true immortal. Its fierce name shook the ancient times. Even if the sword was flawed, it was still not something the mortal world's weapons could compare to. However, the king's sword was still undefeated. It was strong, so strong that there was no excuse. In front of the river, the king who was about to leave looked at the young man who was full of hardships. He sighed softly and turned to leave. "Take care." The king left under the night sky, his clothes stirring up sand in the cold wind. Perhaps after this farewell, they would never meet again. Junior respectfully sent Senior off. Ning Chen was silent. Then, he bowed respectfully. He would always remember the kindness of teaching him in this life. A cold wind blew, and the azure-robed man disappeared into the night. Not far away, Yin-Er ran over. Looking at the figure by the river, she was puzzled. Where did Senior go? Why did he leave as soon as he came? He went to find someone who can help him prove his sword. Ning Chen sighed. Senior's sword was getting stronger and stronger. It was lonely at the top. Ordinary people would never be able to understand the loneliness of finding an opponent. He was the same. Wild stepped forward and looked at the divine tree in the river. In the future, I'll wait with you. Is that okay? Ning Chen looked at the woman beside him. After a moment, he nodded. Spirit Void Starfield, Absolute Beginnings Forbidden Land. It was a forbidden land surrounded by fog. There was not a single blade of grass or tree growing within 1,000 miles. In the fog, a sinister and majestic hall stood quietly. A terrifying pressure constantly spread from the depths of the hall, making people shudder. The Hall of the Underworld was a great sect that stood on the same level as the underworld in the ancient times. Although it had experienced countless ups and downs, it still stood tall. It was once the most terrifying dark power in the Spirit Void Starfield. However, after experiencing the upheavals of the ancient times, the Hall of the Underworld suffered heavy losses and gradually disappeared from the world's eyes. No one would have thought that the Hall of the Dead, which had been recuperating in secret, would one day reappear in the world. Patrollers would patrol the world and recreate the glory of the ancient times. On this day, an azure-clothed figure strode over from outside the forbidden area of absolute beginning. Every step he took was steady, and his black hair fluttered lightly while his expression was cold. Behind the king, the 4 king's swords were inserted into the sword rack. The sound of the swords rang in his ears and his heart. Searching all over the world, there was no one to prove the sword. Lonely experts were nowhere to be found. The moment the king arrived, the experts in the depths of the Hall of the Dead immediately sensed it, and their expressions all turned serious. What a shocking sword pressure! Swish, swish. Black mist filled the air as figures flew out from the Hall of the Underworld. Every single one of them had the aura of a treading immortal. Their horrifying aura covered the entire sky. The terrifying great sect had once again displayed its ferocious side. You dare to trespass into the Nether Hall's territory? You sure are bold. In front of the 9 ascending immortals, 2 experts with especially powerful auras walked out and looked at the newcomers. The king didn't say anything. He waved his hand, and the sword rack fell to the ground. Then, he gripped the sword with both hands and slowly pulled it out. Green and red intertwined as sword chi appeared in the black mist. 2 rainbows bloomed in the world. Only you guys? Isn't the name of the Hall of the Dead fake? The king waved his sword, and the air around him shook. The black mist within 100 miles retreated, and it was difficult to get close. Arrogant. The white tiger and the black tortoise snorted coldly and stepped forward. Their vast palms locked onto the soul. The 2 swords shook violently. The king's sword didn't stop as it slashed through the air, and it was earth-shattering. Seeing this, the two netherworld generals immediately retreated and dodged the sword light. Behind them, the 9 experts of the Hall of the Dead took over. Chains crisscrossed, sealing the swordsman in front. Sword sound, flying swan. Prince Yen stepped forward, and his 2 swords shone brilliantly. Rays of sword light spread out, and dozens of chains shattered, turning into black mist and dissipating. The 2 netherworld generals then flashed forward again, one on each side, and grabbed the swords in the swordsman's hands. Clang, the swords were restrained. In an instant, the life-demanding iron chain attacked again, leaving no chance for survival. How can the king's swords be blasphemed? The king's expression turned cold, and he pulled out his 2 swords. Rainbow light shone brightly, and the 2 swords transformed into rainbows that whistled through the air. The 2 rainbows that cut through the night had a shocking aura. In the blink of an eye, a waterfall of blood splattered, dyeing the frosty sky red. Powerful swordsman, you've crossed the line. At this moment, the black mist in the air churned, and a black-robed man walked out. He flipped his palm to block the sword light, and his aura continued to spread, causing the surrounding space to twist. Greetings, Deputy Palace Lord. The 2 generals and the 9 experts of the Hall of the Dead bowed together respectfully. All of you, leave, said the Palace Lord. Yes. The generals quickly retreated. Swordsman, why have you come to the Hall of the Dead? Just say it, said the Palace Lord coldly. Ning Chen, you can't touch him, said Prince Yen. Phoenix. The Palace Lord narrowed his eyes. What if I don't agree? Then the history of the Hall of the Dead should end. Prince Yen waved his hand, returning the azure and red swords. He clenched his hands, and sand filled the air. A sand sword condensed, causing the world to tremble. The sword instantly coiled around its body, and the wind and clouds changed. The Palace Lord's expression became serious, and he didn't dare to hesitate any longer. His figure flashed, and he took the initiative to attack. With a boom, a fist wind howled, and a powerful punch smashed down. The ground around it couldn't bear this terrifying power, and it sank inch by inch. Prince Yen took a step forward instead of retreating, and his sand sword met the fist wind head-on. The world trembled, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had been exchanged. The sword hummed, the fist wind howled, and the power to shatter mountains and split seas shocked all the experts in the distance. Where did this person come from? He can actually fight with the substitute Palace Lord, said the White Tiger Nether General in shock. I've never heard of him. The Black Tortoise Underworld Hall's expression was serious. The Underworld Hall's patrollers were all over the major star fields, but no one had ever mentioned such a terrifying swordsman. While the 2 were talking, the battle between the 2 experts was getting more and more intense. The Palace Lord, who had almost reached the True Realm, was in the Underworld Hall's territory, and his strength was close to that of the True Realm. It was unimaginably terrifying. However, the king's sword was still as smooth as flowing water. Each sword was extremely precise, without the slightest deviation. The sword moved first, and the more the Palace Lord fought, the more serious his expression became. What a shocking sword, what terrifying control. In the battle above, the king was surrounded by wind and sand, and his defense was watertight. The sword in his hand was incomparably sharp, and his attacks were endless. The sword that combined attack and defense was the most dazzling. With 1 attack and 1 defense, the king was undefeatable. The battle had reached its climax, and it was difficult to seize the initiative. The Palace Lord flipped his palm to shake off the battle, and then his feet trembled as he retreated from the battle. He flipped his hands, and with a rumble, coffins rose from the ground. Rolling black fog spread out, and the foundation of the Underworld Hall, which had existed for countless years, appeared. The black coffins opened, and experts in ancient clothing walked out. Their auras were boundless, and although they didn't have much life force, their cultivations were extremely shocking. The Underworld Hall's foundation had appeared. Prince Yen looked at the dozen old figures in front of him, and with a flash of azure light, he instantly arrived before the sword rack. You don't even dare to face time. Where did you get the courage to stop me? The king held his sword, and the world suddenly sank. In the next moment, an unparalleled sword pressure revived, and the immortal slaughtering sword reappeared. Chapter 691. In the area of the Hall of the Dead, in the forbidden area of Taichu, the king held his sword and the celestial slaying sword reappeared in the world. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, the sword chi soared into the sky, and the 9 heavens changed. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts rumbled, cutting through the night and shaking the world. Dazzling light shone, the sword chi surged, the king moved, the bright moon lost its color, and only a sword mark was left in the world. The strongest sword, the celestial slaying sword. Before the 3 old men in ancient clothes could react, their bodies exploded, unable to bear the power of the sword. They could avoid time, but they could not avoid the sword in the king's hand. The moment the celestial slaying sword was unsheathed, it meant that there was no turning back for this battle. The knowing destiny state was the only support in this life, the undefeated king. Before he left, he was determined to clear the biggest obstacle for the younger generation. Perhaps, this was the last time. In the future, he would have to walk the path of knowing destiny state alone. Under the night sky, with a sword in his hand, he was invincible. Every sword had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The blood that was constantly falling was the last red color of life before it disappeared. It was so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. The shocking scene reflected in the Lord of the Hall of the Dead's eyes. The king of the sword was beyond his knowledge, and this was the first time he had seen it. There was no time to think. The Lord of the Hall of the Dead stepped forward, his palm gathered the power of fate of the Hall of the Dead for countless years, and attacked the king. With a loud bang, the black fog dispersed. The power of the sword chi was unstoppable. It broke through the fate and brought out a waterfall of dazzling blood. The sword chi entered his body, and he retreated a few steps. The Lord of the Hall of the Dead's mouth was red, he was injured for the first time. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, the sound of thunder lit up the sky. Below, the celestial sword in the king's hand dripped with blood. The old men in ancient clothes crumbled one by one, and before they could take another look at the world, they completely disappeared. The pouring rain washed away the red on the sword, and the blood on the ground flowed into a stream and flowed into the distance. A merciless slaughter, it was the king's determination to behead the culprits. The Hall of the Underworld, which had been passed down for countless years, fell into its greatest crisis in thousands of years. The blood-red ground couldn't stop the sword of condemnation in the hands of the Hall of the Underworld. This massacre came so suddenly, like a violent storm, causing the entire Hall of the Underworld to fall into a storm. Powerful swordsman, stop! At this moment, a spatial crack appeared in the depths of the Hall of the Dead. A power that didn't belong to this world descended. It surpassed all knowledge and stood within the truth of heaven and earth. Prince Yen stopped and looked into the depths of the Hall of the Dead. He said slowly, "Since you are here, show yourself." Hong Yi stood quietly by the riverside. Her eyes looked forward, and light flashed continuously. Time was up. By the riverside, the divine tree swayed back and forth. Its vitality had already recovered to its most flourishing state, completely reviving. Ning Chen took a step forward and instantly arrived on the pleasure boat. He looked at a man, who was teaching Yin a mental cultivation technique, and said, "I need to leave for a while." A man nodded lightly and didn't ask any further. "How long will it take?" Yin turned her little head and asked in confusion. "It will take some time." Ning Chen replied and continued, "While I'm away, you must practice your swordsmanship well. You can't always be lazy, understand?" "All right." Yin replied sweetly. Ning Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. He left the boat and soared into the air. Mo Planet, Feng Shui Forbidden Land. Hong Yi appeared and walked into the Forbidden Land. The whistling cold wind was like a blade, bone-chilling. The phoenix entered one of the 4 forbidden lands of Mo Planet and walked step by step towards the deepest part of the fire domain. In the center of the forbidden land born from heaven and earth, waves of fire surged. Layers and layers of heavenly fire were extremely terrifying. Hong Yi scattered and the phoenix appeared. She bathed in the fire and condensed her body. At the same time, under the apricot tree on the heavenly word peak, the demonic aura around the demonic cultivator trembled. Facing the strongest demonic test of his life, his rationality and demonic nature constantly clashed. On the peak, a woman in white stood quietly. Her black hair was slightly stained with frost. She was a perfect heaven speaker who didn't look like a mortal. She transcended the mortal world and seemed like she could break through the sky and leave at any time. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, wind and thunder roared. Demonic clouds rolled and covered the moon. An extremely terrifying demonic aura descended upon the mortal world. Thousands of miles away, the wind and clouds changed color. The heaven speaker sensed it and frowned. Demon. In the sky, thunder and lightning flashed across the night sky. 100 feet tall demon descended from the sky. An abnormally dense murderous aura distorted the heaven and earth. An outsider from beyond the heavens, the king of demons, had appeared in the mortal world. Seeing that the newcomer had ill intentions, the heaven speaker's expression became serious. She took a step forward and appeared in the sky. "Outsider, you shouldn't have come here," said the heaven speaker. "There's no place in this world that I can't go. Get out of my way, or die." Xian Luo glanced at the figure under the apricot tree in the distance and said coldly. "A demon who has lost his heart is truly pitiful." The heaven speaker sighed and didn't say anything else. She raised her hand, and the wind and clouds accepted her orders. A spiritualist? Sensing the surrounding space condensing, Xian Luo's eyes flashed coldly. Demonic aura surged around him and shook off the bindings. 10,000 demons roar. The 6 ultimate demons appeared once again with a completely different power. Demonic figures appeared in the sky one after another. There were thousands, tens of thousands, and a terrifying pressure rapidly spread. In the next moment, the 10,000 demons rushed out, carrying a destructive power as they charged at the woman in front. The heaven speaker flipped her hand, and layers of spatial seals blocked the 10,000 demons. Heaven and earth shook violently. The 10,000 demons continuously collapsed and were annihilated by the power of heaven and earth. Ah! The 10,000 demons were annihilated, and it was difficult for them to pass through the barrier. Suddenly, a palm energy hidden in the demonic figures broke through the bindings and entered the chi-piercing woman's body. Immediately, blood flowed out and dyed her plain white dress red. A legendary spiritualist is only SOSO. Xian Luo looked at the woman in front of him with a cold expression. The heaven speaker raised her hand and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She looked back at the figure below who had yet to wake up and sighed softly. She slowly opened her tightly closed eyes. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, spiritual chi rapidly gathered and continuously surged toward the woman standing in the void. The glory of life always bloomed at the end, stunning the world. The heaven speaker who opened her eyes again was like the sky, and all things were under her command. Lightning from the 9 heavens descended toward the demon. The sea of lightning was unavoidable. Xian Luo's expression sank. He took a step forward, and the shadows of large stars rose around him. The royal clan's ultimate technique appeared. Stars transformation. The ultimate technique appeared, and the stars rotated. A terrifying power blocked the sea of lightning. However, there was an earth-shattering tremor, and the stars collapsed. Thousands of lightning descended and drowned the demon's body. The splashing blood dyed the void red. Xian Luo retreated continuously and vomited blood. Reincarnation calamity. Unwilling to accept the reversal of the situation, Xian Luo stabilized his body and used his ultimate technique again. Suddenly, the surrounding black clouds rolled, and lightning loomed. The terrifying demonic power rose rapidly. Demonic chi covered the night sky. At this moment, the first ray of dawn shone in the east. The night was about to end, and dawn was about to arrive. The heaven speaker looked over, and a flash of brilliance flashed in her beautiful eyes. She raised her slender hand, and the heavenly power shocked the world. Divine punishment, purifying red lotus. Just as she finished speaking, the 9 heavens' holy flames descended. The red flames were like a red lotus that purified the world. Ah! The red lotus purified the world. The demonic chi around Xian Luo was quickly annihilated by the flames. The royal clan's demon body was immediately injured. 10,000 demons devour the sky. Enduring the intense pain, Xian Luo flipped his palm and forcefully counterattacked. Terrifying demonic waves roared out, and demonic shadows swallowed the heaven speaker. A pool of dazzling blood splashed out. The heaven speaker retreated half a step and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Drops of blood flowed out through the gaps between her fingers. Her body couldn't bear the burden, and she couldn't suppress the backlash from opening her eyes repeatedly. The heavenly power was unpredictable, and it wasn't something a human body could endure. Die. Feeling the abnormality of the woman in front of him, Xian Luo took a step forward and instantly rushed forward. Demonic chi gathered, and he punched at her. At this moment of crisis, the world shook. A green sword appeared in front of him and blocked the demonic power. The black figure stood there, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss, without the slightest emotion. Without saying a word, the moment the sword entered his hand, the black figure flashed past, and the sword light shone. The sword that was as fast as lightning and as heavy as a mountain had been reborn. After experiencing the demonic test, it defeated the demonic nature of the demon body, and its strength had improved. The sword danced in the wind, and every move was fatal. After regaining his rationality, he couldn't allow the heaven speaker to fail. The change in his heart caused his sword intent to transcend. Sword light scattered the final darkness before dawn, illuminating the world. Xian Luo turned his palm to block the sword light. His eyes were filled with bone-chilling killing intent. His hatred made the demonic power even more terrifying. The two demons met once more. The heavens collapsed and the earth was destroyed. The blood that splashed out was protection, hatred, and even more so, a fate that wouldn't rest until one side was dead. In the confrontation of several moves, blood was dyed red. It was impossible to tell if it was you or me. There was only battle, a battle to the death. Outside the battle, the heaven speaker looked at the intense battle in front of her. She forcefully suppressed the backlash in her body and formed seals with her slender hands. Strange and complex seals were formed, never seen before. Only the increasingly terrifying aura showed how terrifying this move was. In the void, her black hair fluttered in the wind. 3 points of white frost were exceptionally dazzling. Tears of blood flowed down from the heaven speaker's eyes. Her fingers moved and she chanted an incantation, speaking the language of the heavens. Rumbling sounds echoed throughout the 9 heavens. Red tribulation clouds gathered. The final heavenly punishment appeared in the world. Thunder and fire crashed down, endless and boundless. The shocking heavenly power showed its most terrifying side. In an instant, the heavenly punishment descended. Time and space in all directions collapsed. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. A thunderbolt knocked knowing destiny away. Around the heavenly demon, the heavenly power could destroy the world. Caught off guard by the destructive power, Xian Luo hurriedly used his life-saving technique. His body shone brightly and the indestructible protection condensed to protect his body. The heavenly power was unstoppable. The indestructible protection shattered. The descending thunder and fire instantly engulfed the demonic body and burned it. The half of his body that disappeared in an instant was completely engulfed by the thunder and fire. Xian Luo endured the intense pain and cut off half of his body. Immediately, he retreated quickly and left the battle. Not far away, knowing destiny wanted to give chase. Suddenly, he paused and looked behind him. In the void, the heaven speaker closed her eyes. She used up the last of her strength and fell straight down to the heavenly word peak. It was a familiar scene. The demonic body's expression shook fiercely. His figure flashed quickly and grabbed the woman who was falling down the cliff. 100 feet, 10 feet, 10 feet. At the moment of falling down the cliff, the demonic body trembled constantly. The despair that he didn't want to remember made the demonic body that had lost its last family member feel an inexplicable fear. You did well. Really well. The heaven speaker's face showed a touch of relief. The bloodstains under his eyes were so dazzling. He had a daughter, so he didn't regret it. Chapter 692. On the heavenly speech peak, snowflakes drifted down. Under the swaying apricot trees, white flowers fluttered. It was difficult to distinguish between the snowflakes and the white flowers. In the devil's embrace, the heavenly speech withered. Thunder rumbled from the 9 heavens. It was the sorrowful sound of the heavenly speech returning to heaven and earth. The scattered starlight was so dazzling. The woman raised her hand and fused the last of her origin into the former's body. Give it to her. The abnormally weak voice was almost inaudible. The heaven speaker slowly opened his eyes and looked at the world one last time. He was gratified and calm. Remember, never hate yourself. The starlight dissipated and the heavenly speech returned to heaven and earth. Don't regret your journey in the human world. The devil who had lost his mind trembled. Perhaps it was due to his memories or his body's instinct. A waterfall of white flowers flew up and covered the devil's blood-red eyes. On the tranquil river, a boat floated in the center of the lake. On the boat, a man carefully taught a little girl how to practice the sword. Her beautiful face was beautiful and gentle. The bright moon hung high in the sky. On the lake, the void swirled and a black-clothed figure walked out. Looking at the boat in front of him, his eyes were as deep as the abyss. It was so dark that it made people's hearts palpitate. Inside the boat, a man sensed something. She raised her hand and patted the little girl's head. Then, she walked out. Where did the phoenix body go? The devil body asked. Mo planet, a man calmly replied. Thank you. The demon cultivator replied, took a step forward, and disappeared. Who is it? Walked out and looked at the empty water surface. She was puzzled. The person who asked for directions. A man turned around and said softly. Mo planet, Feng Shui forbidden land. The phoenix body had already entered for an unknown amount of time. The surging flames in the depths of the forbidden land were getting smaller and smaller. When night fell, the red-clothed figure walked out. Her body was bathed in flames. She couldn't suppress her sword intent. She separated the forbidden land and cut a path to life and death. Mo Mountain, EU Peak. Mo Master opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Rays of light flashed past. They had finally arrived. The void swirled and red light gathered. The red-clothed figure stood in the void. The blood-red astral soul in his hand was dazzling. He didn't dare to kill. My good disciple, are you ready to return and hand over your life? On the platform, Mo Zhu stood up. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged, and seven-colored light illuminated 100 miles. Today, new and old grudges will be paid back with your blood, drop by drop. As soon as he finished speaking, Red Robe moved and his sword followed him. In a flash, the sword opened the yellow springs. With a thump, the palm and the sword clashed for the first time. The aftermath of the clash spread out in all directions. Streaks of sword light continuously scattered and flew into the distance. In close combat, every move sealed off the opportunity to attack. The sword was so fast that it was too much for the eye to take in. The bloody light was dazzling, and each sword was faster than the previous one. It was like a storm, not leaving the slightest gap. You've improved, but your foundation is still too weak. Mo clan master took the sword head-on and immediately countered with a palm strike, forcing the former to retreat. Immortal technique, shocking rainbow. He raised his hand and pointed at the rainbow. The rainbow broke through the sky and separated the heaven and earth, reaching knowing destiny. For symbols divine seal. The four divisions reappeared, and the phoenix transformed into a deity. In the instant that it returned to its ancestral state and ascended to the divine realm, the red clothes disappeared. The tip of the sword was pointed at the eye, and it fell to a single breath. Rip! The sound of clothes being torn apart rang out. Mo Zhu leaned to the side to avoid the sword light. He condensed celestial core power in his palm and slapped it toward the former. With a thump, the mountain collapsed. Red Robe swept past. Behind him, the seven-colored brilliance destroyed the mountain and shattered the rocks, completely razing the fifth peak to the ground. The returning sword light swept over again. The sword light was dazzling, sharp and deadly. In this endless battle, the other party was no longer allowed to see the light of day. The figures that kept crossing each other brought out a dazzling brilliance. The sound of the sword was filled with hatred. 9 suns burning the sky. The heavenly book appeared again. The 9 suns soared into the sky and moved along with the sword. As the sword light passed, the divine sun burned the sky and boiled the sea. Mo Zhu's figure flashed and avoided the sword light. He raised his hand and condensed celestial core power. With a shocking explosion, the seven-colored brilliance surged and drowned the 9 suns. The aftermath of the explosion injured the phoenix. The overflowing blood flowed down along the blade, but the swordsman didn't seem to notice it. The red light that flashed by was even more ruthless. The battle had just begun and it was already white-hot. The figure became more and more valiant as the battle went on. He suppressed his injuries and swallowed his own blood. His bloody hair danced in the air. It was so dazzling. A sword was so fast that it would send the sinner to the yellow springs. On the road of life and death, it was a sacrifice to the peaks. Sword style, dragon tiger roar. His astral soul danced. Dragons and tigers galloped on the sword. Borrowing the strength of each other, the sword rushed towards the old man in front of him. The might of a deity realm move was completely different. Mo Zhu's expression turned serious. 7-colored brilliance gathered on his palm. A 7-colored divine sun soared and collided with the dragon and tiger. The two moves collided. The dragon and tiger shook the divine sun. The mountain couldn't withstand the terrifying divine might and quickly collapsed. Rocks from the collapsed mountain continued to split apart and tumble down, creating waves of dust that filled the sky. In the aftermath, the splashes of blood couldn't hide the bone-chilling killing intent. The sword light flashed by, mercilessly threatening to kill. Mo Zhu dodged the sword light and immediately raised his hand to grab the sword in the former's hand. The battle between experts was a battle of wits and courage. Once the swordsman lost his sword, the word peak would be nothing more than a joke. Changing hands. Ning Chen snorted coldly and turned the sword in his hand. It was extremely sharp as it slashed out. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Mo Zhu's hand was dyed red. He had failed to seize the sword. Waving his hand to seal the wound, Mo Zhu narrowed his eyes. The ninth sun in front of him was indeed different from before. Not willing to drag things out, Mo Zhu's eyes changed. The black and white brilliance around him flourished. A terrifying pressure spread out, causing the mountains to shake violently. Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He clenched his left hand and blue frost appeared. Boundless cold air rapidly spread out. Yin and Yang opened the formation. The Taiji diagram rose into the sky. Under the radiance of the two elements, the power of mutual promotion and suppression increased the might of a deity realm. Immortal technique, waning moons. The Yin and Yang immortal technique appeared again. Undercurrents surged like waves. A black moon descended, and the terrifying power of laws descended. In the next moment, the black moon collapsed. What followed was a shocking scene. The entire Ink Mountain collapsed. The moon dimmed, and the world sank together. The collapsing black moon collided with the Taiji diagram. Rumbling sounds reverberated through the universe. Space fell one after another. The endless void kept swallowing the surrounding brilliance, forming an absolute darkness. In the aftermath, Hong Yi flew out. Her body was stained with blood. She leaned on the sword on the ground and blood flowed out. Are you out of strength? Old Nine, your growth has indeed exceeded my expectations. But, that's all. Mo Zhu walked forward step by step. His black and white eyes were cold and ruthless. Now, it was time to take back what belonged to him. He turned his palm and pressed down. Yin and Yang lingered, turning into a terrifying suction force that swallowed the nine in front of him. Sword technique. At the moment of crisis, the sword in Hong Yi's hand disappeared. When it condensed again, it was overflowing with ferocious might. Immortal execution appeared. Divine power spread out, destroying heaven and earth. Dragon Phoenix Burial. The sword of a deity realm, the dragon and phoenix intertwined. Carrying the might of heaven burial, it rushed toward the former. It was so close that it was too late to dodge. Mo Zhu's eyes darkened. His palms shook the dragon and phoenix, but he felt a powerful killing intent. His body immediately slid back dozens of feet. Drops of blood dripped down, dyeing his arms red. Mo Zhu's face revealed killing intent. He waved his hand to seal the wound and stepped forward. His palm shot out. The cold air of the black moon roared and surged, swallowing Xiang Jiming. As the palm descended, Hong Yi swept past Xiang Jiming. The immortal execution sword shook the wind and clouds. The sword was so powerful that it caused the void to collapse. The shocking sword power reappeared, the glory of the ancient divine weapon. The peerless weapon that guarded the eastern deity world erupted with its most terrifying side. Ferocious chi rolled crazily, covering the sky and the moon. The moment the sword passed, the nine heavens wailed. So, the immortal execution sword of the eastern deity world is in your hands. Seeing the mighty power of the immortal sword, Mo Zhu stepped back and avoided the sword. Immediately, a white sun rose around him, turning into a flame that could split the sky and descended to the mortal world. The divine flame descended and engulfed Hong Yi. However, how could a god of fire be afraid of the divine flame? Hong Yi broke through the restriction and the sword swept over again. Mo Zhu stepped forward and put his hands together to block the immortal sword. The rotating yin and yang constantly consumed the immortal sword's power. Heavenly Dragon Shock. A dragon roared in the wild. An azure dragon rushed out from Ning Chen's sword and rushed toward Mo Zhu's heart. Ugh! Sword chi entered Mo Zhu's body and blood splattered. Mo Zhu stepped back and was wide open. One sword, invisible. An opportunity appeared. Ning Chen moved, absorbing the power of the nine continents and turning it into Mo Zhu's body. With a groan, blood splattered. It was so dazzling. At the end of the road, the yellow spring collected his soul. The immortal sword that penetrated Mo Zhu's body continued to bleed, destroying his heart meridians. Mo Zhu's old eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at the sword that penetrated his body. He kept coughing out blood, and the black and white in his eyes gradually disappeared. I calculated everything correctly, except for you. Mo Zhu looked at the young man in red in front of him and said slowly, "Can you tell me your origin? Go and ask the king of hell in the yellow spring." Not allowing the situation to change, Ning Chen turned the sword in his hand and instantly destroyed Mo Zhu's meridians. Blood gushed out like a fountain, covering the sky and the eyes. Ugh! A painful groan sounded. Mo Zhu's body could no longer support him. He knelt down on his knees and his body was bathed in blood, dyeing the ground red. Mo Zhu's white robe was stained with blood, but he suddenly laughed. Blood gushed out from his body like rain. Ning Chen frowned, and Zhu Xian slashed across, cutting off the head of the culprit. "Old Nine, have you seen the true truth of heaven and earth?" With a bang, his palm energy blocked the celestial sword, and his body exploded. Blood and bones flew everywhere, and in the rain, a figure bathed in divine light appeared. A terrifying pressure that had never been seen before spread out, and instantly knocked away the red-robed man in front of him. Dozens of feet away, Ning Chen staggered and stabilized his footsteps. He looked at the person in front of him with shock. True realm. In the Hall of the Dead, in the deepest part of the forbidden land of absolute beginning, heaven and earth split open. An earth-shattering figure walked out, and a terrifying pressure spread out for thousands of miles. Different time and space, the true realm appeared at the same time. A power beyond cognition turned into a foreign pressure that descended on the mortal world. The king turned around and narrowed his eyes. "Swordsman, the Hall of the Dead is not a place you should come." The figure that walked out looked at the king of the swords and said indifferently. He was completely different from the previous experts. His body was in heaven and earth, but he seemed to have surpassed heaven and earth. An incomparably powerful pressure loomed, and space and time cried out. Finally, it's here. Looking at the person in front of him, the king revealed a rare smile. The immortal sword in his hand hummed, showing the joy in his heart. "This time, don't disappoint me again." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.